And the crashes? Well, they're big too. But that is why we're all here, to play amongst the immensity and flirt with the danger. This is the last frontier and the end of our journey, one that started with the duels and continued deep into the backcountry of Revelstoke, where the bar was raised once again.
Rice lacing a giant double line right there.
But to win in Alaska, you must meet the enormity head on. And the Coliseum is enormous. A perfectly suited venue deep in the Chugach Mountains, just outside of the sleepy town of Valdez. Today, we will not only crown Alaska champions, but tour champions as well. Welcome to the final stop of the 2023 Natural Selection Tour.
Kicking it off.
Welcome to Valdez, Alaska, the most fitting location to crown the 2023 Natural Selection
Doesn't
Tour
look too crazy.
champions. Huge, steep, exposed descents that test every facet of a rider's ability. Big mountain pioneers. They wrote history in the Chugach Mountains. Names like Tom Burt, Noah Salasnek and Victoria Jelus. And today, we write the next chapter of that history with the Natural Selection Tour Finals. An exciting prospect presented by Backcountry. Joining me in the studio, we have Mary Walsh. She is to snowboarding what Angelina Jolie is to orphans. She's got a heart big enough for all of us. And then former Forum child star, Eddie Wall. Thank you both so much for joining me. Eddie, you know more about Alaska than any of us. The pictures we've already seen there, this promises to be a big, big event.
Yeah, I think, one thing I can't overstate enough is there's one thing about seeing Alaska and thinking you know what it's all about, and then being there and standing on the top of some of these peaks. It's unbelievably humbling. It's scary. I have unbelievable respect for the people who can do what is about to be done.
Mary, we talked about the level of pressure on the riders in Revelstoke with that venue. That's not going to let up here.
No, I mean, Alaska is always that place that really puts riders to the test, both mentally and physically. And mindset is so important going into this, especially seeing that this is looks to be the most featured face we've seen at any of the natural selection Alaskan courses.
Yeah, and extremely steep as well. Now, we need to be straight up with you all right from the start. This is a live watch party. What that means is the event took place 2.5 weeks ago, but we know as little as you do about the way this event unfolds. We're watching it live just as you are. And the same goes for Todd Richards, Hannah Beeman and Pat Bridges. The two people who were on site live, though, were Stan Levier and Tom Monterosso, taking up their customary positions at the top and bottom of the course. So let's check in first with Stan Levier.
Welcome. We are here at the start gate, the 2023 Natural Selection, Valdez, Alaska. The area is called the Cleve. And the view around me is all you really need to get a sense of just how beautiful, jagged, extreme these Alaska conditions are here today. The temperature, a nice 27 degrees, winds moderate, mostly in the single digits, with the ability to get gusts up into the 20s, but I don't think it'll be too much of a problem. I think the biggest challenge here today is going to be the variable snow conditions. About 2 days ago, we had a wind event, gusts up to 50 miles an hour, moved some of this snow around a little bit, buried it in other pockets, some wind-affected events. Kind of a little bit of a wind skin on top is what I would call it. I think that those variable conditions are going to be one of the biggest questions in the riders' heads today. Will they be able to get as much of a freestyle element as they would like? And if so, I think that might be the thing that separates those riders that make it onto the podium and those that don't. Now, Alaska is a rigid, beautiful, fickle, complicated place to film snowboarding, and this finals day is really no exception. But it really is just another chapter in the 2023 Natural Selection Tour and its ability to offer some of the most technical, challenging courses in all of competitive snowboarding, bar none. So I'm excited to see what goes down today. It's gonna be a wild ride.
Wow, you heard it from the horse's mouth there. Stan Levier letting us know that not only are they taking on one of the most complex venues that we've seen at Natural Selection, they're also dealing with variable snow. I think I speak for most of you, you've probably been watching the Natural Selection social channels. The snow does look like it's in pretty good condition in parts of the face. But we can get another perspective from T-Bird, who's down at the bottom of the course.
All right, we're just a few minutes out from the first rider to drop here at the bottom of the cleave. The light is beautiful, the snow is incredible, and we got 12 of the world's best snowboarders that are gonna take to this course. The first rider who's gonna drop is gonna be Chris Rasman. He's riding in place of Torstein Horgmo. Unfortunately, due to illness, Torstein wasn't feeling 100%. Rasman was in Valdez. Right place, right time, he got the call. He will be wearing Torstein's vest because as he told me earlier, he wants a little tip of the cap to Torstein Horgmo, the legend himself. So stay tuned, we're about to get underway. It's gonna be absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, pretty important bit of news there, Mary. Chris Rasman subbing in for Torstein Horgmo. Immensely difficult, but if anyone can do it, Rasman can.
Definitely. I mean, he's opened up the course before. He's such a talented rider, so adaptable. But again, we talk about that mindset shift. He came to Alaska not expecting to ride at all. So getting into that zone where he's going to be putting himself on the line in that way is a totally different scenario. So it will be interesting to see how he reacts to that and just setting the tone for everyone.
Well, it works in reverse as well, because if Torstein isn't 100%, Torstein knows what it takes to perform at that level. And if he wasn't feeling that, yeah, Rasman's then got to find that in a very short amount of time. We've had a couple of glimpses now of the terrain, Eddie. What do you make of it?
Yeah, my first reaction to seeing the terrain is that, honestly, everyone thinks of Alaska as being gnarly, but there are faces there that have less features. There are faces that don't have as steep of angles. They chose a very steep degree, and they also chose a face that has an amazing amount of features. So it's going to be interesting to see how these athletes navigate it.
Okay, well, that is the venue itself. But if you never come across it before, we've got a short introduction to the amazing coastal Alaskan town of Valdez. Check it out.
Valdez, Alaska. The last frontier and the ultimate playground for the world's best riders. In snowboarding, it's a tale of David versus Goliath, as mere mortals are pitted against indestructible giants. Nestled in the foothills of the iconic Chugach Mountains, Valdez is widely regarded as the snowiest town in North America. Averaging over 300 inches of snow every winter season, with record winters yielding up to 550 inches of snowfall. Yes, you heard that right. That's over 46 feet of snow. Massive wet coastal storms routinely slam the region, depositing huge amounts of snowfall, and this wet snow sticks to every crag of the surrounding range, rendering even the steepest angles of terrain rideable. The Chugach Range stretches approximately 250 miles east to west and 100 miles north to south, That's just about the size of Switzerland. Their formation was created from the movement of the Pacific Plate as it drove up against and underneath the southern Alaskan coastline, creating behemoths seemingly straight out of the ocean. Couple that with the annual snowfall, and you have the quintessential snowboarder's playground. And now, the time has come to play. 12 of the world's most gifted backcountry snowboarders will be put to the test in an epic head-to-head showdown on the faces of giants. With the main objective of standing atop the competitive snowboarding world, Alaska's beautiful, burly, and unforgiving terrain has been a pivotal region in the evolution of backcountry freestyle snowboarding. And this year, the saga continues once again with the Natural Selection Tour's final stop.
Shout out to Yeti for putting that one together for us. Thank you very much. Now, if you've been living in a snow hole for the last 2 weeks, you might have, well, last 2 months, you might have missed out on what's been going on in the world of natural selection. So we're going to do a little catch up and find out how we got to Alaska. So it kicked off with the Duels, 24 riders going toe-to-toe in the pre-qualified riders' venue of choice. So the riders who were in Alaska last year got to choose where the Duels took place, and there were some fascinating matchups here, Mary.
There really were. I mean, the defenders' choice of terrain really lent us a view into the creativity and the terrain influences that each rider really brings into the entire tour and all of their snowboarding. I mean, one of the big highlights, of course, Ben Ferguson, Nils Minnick, just to pull one out of there.
Yeah, I mean, this one as well, Eddie, stood out. Travis Rice going up against Red Gerard.
Yeah, that backside 7 nose grab right there just shows Travis's expertise and, you know, skill level in terrain like this. And I mean, I think the duels were a really great way to kick off this entire road to Alaska.
But the hardest part of it, as you just mentioned, Mary, we saw Ben Fer go up against Nils Minnick, and you're losing someone of that caliber at the very beginning.
Oh, it's wild. I think we always say that these matchups, even at the beginning of the tour, are like a finals level or semifinals level matchup. And you're so stoked when someone advances, but it's always a heartbreaker to see who's left off the rest of the tour.
Mikey Cicerelli going up against Mark McMorris as well. McMorris hurting his ankle just days after this. So Mikey Cicerelli, despite losing the duel, is on tour. But Zoe Sadowski-Synnott then moved on to Revelstoke, and this is Boulder Park, arguably the most intimidating venue ever seen at any snowboard competition.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all agree that Revelstoke challenged these athletes in a way that they've never been challenged before. No one had ever ridden this face before these riders, and as you can see from this footage right here, to watch them navigate this terrain is unreal. There
was a maturity of decision-making, Mary, that belied, like, it showed you just how much skill these guys have got in this kind of terrain.
100%. I think we can safely say that this was the day snowboarding collectively held its breath, waiting for that first drop. And when everyone rode, at the end of the day, we looked back and we had seen incredible snowboarding and the entire field really rising to the occasion.
Zoe Sadowski-Synnott, MVP for me. You got Blake Paul 7. Zoe went for the front 7 before Blake, and she was the second person to land a backflip. She really showed up, but then at the same time, so did this man.
Yeah, I think Travis came into this final, in the finals runs here, and I think this clip is maybe a clip seen around the world. If you had been on any type of social media, this clip went absolutely viral.
This is the stuff video parts are made of. This is why we tune in to this event, because we want to see riding like this, and it was incredible to watch.
Yeah, massive shout out to GoPro. Not just for the GoPros supplied for the duels, but also for the racing drones in that incredible coverage of the Revelstoke stop. Now, we can take a look at the standings after that first tour stop in Revelstoke, and it makes for some pretty interesting reading coming into Alaska. Zoe Sadowski-Synnott is currently leading the women's standings, 960 points there. She's been to Alaska twice before, but she's come second and third. For a woman who's got almost every trophy in her cabinet, this is the one thing missing: an Alaska Tour win and the overall championship. She is going to be hunting that here, but she's chased by some serious talent. The men's, though, I mean, what stands out to you here, Eddie?
I mean, of course you have Travis Rice, who's in the lead right now, but one thing I can't stress enough about Alaska is that you never know. Anything can happen on this face, you know? And so it'll be interesting to see, especially with guys like in the bottom of the ranking, Ben Ferg and Mikkel Bang, you know, they easily could bump themselves way up into those top positions.
Alaska specialists, Ben Ferg and Mikkel Bang. But two creative riders right there in Blake Paul and Dustin Craven, Mary.
Oh, completely. And different end of the spectrum, too. Very excited to watch what goes down in their heat.
Okay, this is the key part though. The judging criteria moved away from those freestyle paradigms of difficulty, amplitude, variety, execution and landing. Instead, the first two criteria there, creativity and risk, those are going to come to the fore in this kind of terrain. Where are you riding? Are you breaking fresh trail, and are you taking risks with your tricks, your trick placement and the exposure that it's done over? Keep an eye on this. This is going to be very, very interesting. I think especially with the women and line choices. As we said, we don't know what's going down, but I had one little gem that told me the women's line choices are spectacular. So these are the brackets as they line up. A repeat of the Revelstoke semi-finals for the women. What do you make of that Elena Kimi one, Mary?
Two veterans of Alaska, Kimi making her return, Elena coming off the Alaska win last year, as well as her part in ARC that just showed this amazing prowess. Kimi is a veteran. This is going to be a heavy matchup.
And then Haley Zoe, again, it's way more freestyle leaning, seemingly.
Yeah, as you mentioned, you know, they've been, Zoe and Haley are very freestyle driven. They have been competing at the highest level in slopestyle competitions over the past years. And so it'll be very interesting to see if they can take some of that air awareness, some of those tricks onto these big faces in Alaska.
Yeah, Haley and Zoe especially, you feel like they're quite evenly matched.
I would agree with that, and I think they both bring this incredible energy to the backcountry right now, but it's also about that time spent, that experience in Alaska and riding this type of terrain.
Yeah, which definitely favours Elena and Kimi. And then the men's bracket, you said it earlier on, Mary, every single one's a final, but it feels like it's a sandwich at the moment of Alaskan experience.
Yeah, we can't not talk about Chris Rasman opening up the course for everyone and competing against Travis Rice. This is a Truffle Pig reunion, a rematch from Jackson Hole, and both of these gentlemen are so adaptable to terrain, so that's going to be a great one to start things off.
And then you mentioned it earlier on, Ben Ferguson and Mikkel Bang.
Yeah, you know, you can't rule out anybody, but when I see that bottom bracket of Ben and Mikkel, it's very interesting to see how that's going to go down. Both of these guys have experience in Alaska. Both have big tricks. Ben, a little younger, maybe a little hungrier. Mikkel, he you know, has more time on the snowboard as he's a little bit older. So yeah, it'll be a good matchup.
Yeah, they're easily into 2 decades of Alaskan experience, I think, on that one. I think Travis may be seeing them at the opposite end of the draw and both facing each other early on. I think he'll be quite excited about that. That gets rid of a big Alaskan player for him.
Yep. Yeah, and you can't underestimate those middle brackets.
Well, we talked about that creativity between Craven and Paul. That's one to look out for. We're going to take a quick break now. When we come back, we've got the GoPro course preview, and we're going to get stuck into the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere.
My line of work, it's a cowboy without a horse if I don't have a snowmobile. You know, Skidoo was the first sleds that I ever rode, and getting into being an amateur snowboarder, trying to get into, you know, professional riding, it's quite a helpful tool. There's a lot of beautiful ways to access the backcountry, but when it comes to production, being able to go and work in the backcountry, and then on top of that, like, you know, snowmobile assisted snowboarding, it's just a fantastic tool. Skidoo, it's just a hack. Like, it's just a more efficient way of doing it. And, you know, having access to one, being able to utilize it to how it was designed to be utilized, it can just get you out into places where, whether you're free riding or filming, like, timing is of the essence. There's a lot that I wouldn't be able to do without Skidoo.
Our winters are changing before our eyes.
We believe in changing the narrative from one of crisis to one of inspired climate action.
That's why the Natural Selection is pledging to go beyond carbon neutral.
Natural Selection will be a drawdown event, which means we're putting twice as much carbon into the ground as we are emitting during the tour.
That includes emissions from every heli bump, every sled ride, and every mile driven will be offset twice over.
We pledge to bring the same enthusiasm for progression on snow to climate action.
Because, simply put, neutral just is not enough. And this really is not even that radical of an idea. So we would like to challenge you and the businesses you work with to do the same.
Welcome back to the Natural Selection Alaska, presented by Backcountry. We're going to take a look now at the venues, the first of 3 today. And I had a chat with Connor Manning, the head judge, and you can see this is a quintessential Alaskan face, those big spines running down the face. He said, you don't go to Pipeline and try and ride the shoulder and pop airs, just as you don't come to Alaska to ride down the guts of a chute and do some butters. You come here to ride steep, exposed terrain and let it all hang out. 2 starts to choose from there, and it looks stunning, Mary.
Oh, completely. And you can notice, don't forget that this is 1 of 3. We're going to be following the sun the entire day, going from the northeast to the northwest on different faces as well.
Okay, we can take a closer look at the course now with the GoPro course preview. And these features, Eddie, they're quite unlike a lot of stuff you see in the Chugach.
Yeah, I love seeing these course previews, the way they did this with the drone shots, especially the above shots like this, and it really shows you how steep, how exposed, how gnarly this terrain is. I mean, that makes my heart start racing, you know?
Well, I remember talking to Tom Burt about this. That bowling ball effect that you get at the top of the slope. He said you've got to have 3 waypoints that you pick out. Don't make it too many. You can go up to 4 or 5 on a big face, but find 3 big waypoints that you can navigate to that will let you follow through. And there was actually a brilliant social media clip about these venues where Travis talks about that inspection and then playing that game of trying to link what you see into your run, turning the visualization into reality.
Well, it's kind of the last frontier of on-sighting, right? Especially in a situation like this where we are going to be moving throughout the day. You're having to get translate that information into your every moment and navigate the takeoff, the land. I mean, there's so many things, fluff management. I mean, all of those things come into play.
Yeah, you talked about it with the age of Mikkel potentially and Travis. Like, these guys have got so much experience. They've learned how to translate visual inspection to reality. Okay, the chat is over. It's time to get stuck into the quarterfinals, and these matchups are nothing short of mouth-watering. I'm actually salivating and losing my words doing this. We saw the bracket earlier on in the men's. You got some big ones in there. Dustin Craven and Blake Paul. That is a very, very big one to kick off. But Chris Rausman, the man who got the call 3 days before this contest started, when Torstein Hordmo called out with injury, going up against the GOAT, Travis Rice. Someone actually asked me why he was called the GOAT the other day. I told them that it's because he'll eat anything and he likes headbutting things. But obviously it's because he's the greatest of all time. He's got a chance to cement that reputation here today. 34 years of age and 40 years of age, proving that there's hope for all of us. Yeah, Chris Rausman actually on his Bombhole podcast, Grenier called him the Canadian Travis Rice. He has got the skills in this kind of terrain, I think, to deliver.
He's such, like we said before, an adaptable rider. And seeing what he does today, I think, is going to just cement that further.
Yeah, I'm honored to have the opportunity to do this. I would be lying if I said I wasn't nervous, because mentally I haven't had any time to prepare to go into this event. I came here thinking I was just coming for support and to watch the event. And I found out really last minute that they wanted me to be in the event. This place is for real. You have to be an experienced snowboarder to step up to anything here, and especially stuff with consequences like rocks and wind slabs and runnels that you can fall down. If you are slightly feeling off, this is not the place to just step up and push through. It's not a ski resort. It's not just some rolling Utah backcountry. It's a good time to pull out. So I think all the riders have a lot of respect for Torstein's decision to maturely be enough of a badass to know he doesn't have anything to prove. He's got to listen to his body, and he wasn't ready to compete. I'm nervous. I'm honored. I'm excited. mostly just pumped to get back in a helicopter and ride down a big Alaskan spine again.
Okay, you heard it there from the horse's mouth, but I spoke to Razman pre-Jackson Hole in 2021 when he first pulled on the NST vest. He could count on two hands the number of contests that he'd done. Strategy is not his strong point, but snowboarding is. He knows this terrain. He's got the power and the poise to take down Travis Rice. And now it begins. This is the Natural Selection Alaska, presented by Backcountry. Razman riding off over the bowling ball.
Yeah, and as you can see, his backpack, talk about last minute addition, his backpack still says Horgma.
It's packed full of Kodiak cakes as well. The boys stocked up.
Holy moly. Yeah, Ben.
Just hear him chatting there to
Yeah.
Ben Ferg.
Yeah, and you could hear him say, holy moly.
Well, you've just got to orientate yourself and know exactly where you are.
Yeah, and it is very easy to get lost. So here he is kind of making his way into the steeps.
Snow looks good.
A nice opening there. I mean, Razman's really a student of the mountains too. Oh, great, just popping the back three. You know, this is really him not only navigating this first line, but getting the intel he needs that he's going to share with the rest of the group as well to inform them with snow conditions, all of that.
Razman actually said that without Dustin Craven, he wouldn't have had the prep on the faces to be able to do this.
Yeah, big shout out to Craven. And I think that's something too that these athletes, you know, going into this, they're all trying to really actually help each other out and work as a team, you know, up until the second that they drop in, and then that's when they get competitive.
Almost like a backcountry filming crew until the bib comes on.
You can really see that exposure on that left, rider's right, looker's left. I mean, he's putting himself on top of a pretty big drop right here. Front three, tapping that little pillow.
Just clipped it.
And again, you know, you don't know what's going to happen or what you're going to see until you are in the air. So you could hear him hooting and hollering.
I think just making it down that first run is a celebration. I mean, being the first person to drop into that, that's a heavy task.
Got that one out of the way.
Razman with the rangefinder to open us up.
Yo, Borders, what up? I know you've been dying to hear my beta. Snow's super faceted up top, better than I expected. A couple variable sections, but yeah, just have fun.
Okay, so a really good snow check, a positive snow check from Chris Razman. There was a lot of talk about that wind event on the Saturday. The event's taken place on Tuesday, but there was a huge wind event on the Saturday.
But still rippable. Damn, needed like 2 more feet on that front three at the bottom, hey?
Yes, you did. Oh, yeah. So unlucky, just clipped that toe edge.
But he's the beta king, and he's got one more run. So we can see what he can up the ante for that next one now that he has dipped his feet in.
Okay, Travis Rice, 2022 NST Tour champion.
You know, yesterday rolling out to do our scout, and, you know, I'm supposed to go head-to-head against Torstein, and, you know, Razman rolls up looking a little shaken, just like, I'm in. I don't know how it changes things because, you know, I think, especially after last year too, I mean, people got to see like how freaking good and how consistent and solid Torstein is, especially in AK terrain. And, you know, him being out, and now Chris Razman, who I personally think is one of the greatest snowboarders on the planet, replacing him, I don't think it got any easier. Like, I'm still going against someone who I would absolutely not pick in the seeding round had I had a choice. What's the best snowboarding I can do? Because you can't give any one of these riders an inch.
There is nothing that Travis Rice loves more than swinging for the fences and trying to get one up on everyone, to intimidate everyone at the start of the comp. So this run for him, I think, is going to be huge.
I like this first view, how, you know, you've been talking about this bowling ball effect. It's like a convex roll which means you can't really see what you are riding until you first drop in. And Travis starting things off just like Travis Rice will, with a massive backflip.
I think already just look at the speed. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
He's going for it.
That was a massive backside 3. I don't know if Travis really understood how fast maybe he was going into that or how far he was going to go, but that looked like it was, I don't know, 50 foot plus.
I can't remember the last time I saw Travis tomahawk.
Yeah.
No.
He never misses by that much.
Well, I mean, we did hear Razman say the snow was faster than he expected, but to see basically kind of Travis just putting the throttle down that quickly, first run, I mean, things are serious out there right now.
Well, he knows he's up against Razman.
Yes.
Okay, well, fascinating by that one, but I'm going to say definitely Razman's up at this stage.
I agree. I do think he wants to click it up a notch, though, too, if Travis is coming out blazing like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if...
Yeah, you've got to have something up your sleeve, haven't you? Right, so that lovely back 3, very much a range-finding run from Razman, this one.
Yeah, and then, you know, I guess we can't discount that Razman did go down as well. So, you know, honestly, it'll be interesting where these scores come out. But, you know, if they both went down, watch this. I mean, this backflip's huge to kick it off.
Right at the top, too. That's a consequential place to have a trick like that, that if you fall, you know, that's a big impact on the rest of your run. So we talk about the R and Credo, that's a big deal.
Yeah, the amount of speed he has going into this back 3, look how huge that is.
It is massive.
It's very, very similar to that huge back 3 transfer we saw him open up in 2022 as well. He looks for those, doesn't he?
So yeah, I mean, honestly, I think if I were a judge, I would probably put Travis in the lead as of now because they both went down, but Travis went a little bigger.
Good try. Yeah, back 3 was mental. Yeah. He exposed a rock in the landing. You see that? I don't know if he felt that or not.
I felt some. It wasn't quite full cake eater duff. Oh, such a good tranny up there.
Yeah, that gap is sick. Mine at the bottom there, I see I tail nicked the pillow. I think maybe 2 feet further would have been nice, but it's also not very steep. It almost seems like on a deep day you would just need to gap that whole thing and touch the bottom section. The sun panel looks like it's the knuckle.
Yeah, how'd your run go?
Good, except for that. It was like variable then sick, variable then sick. It was pretty hard to like open up and feel confident, but more or less good. I fell at the bottom on that last pillow.
Copy. Yeah. Oh, beautiful face.
Yeah, sick. That tension definitely released. It was better than I thought. Ah. Damn.
Two of the world's best backcountry riders comparing beta off the first runs on this natural selection Alaska course. Travis Rice 78 for Chris Razman 74. You called it, Eddie Wall.
Yeah, you know, again, at first I thought Razman's overall run was a little smoother, but then if you take into consideration they both fell, but Travis, I mean, he went bigger. Razman started off with a smaller back 3. Travis with the backflip, both landed those. I'd score the backflip higher. And then that back 3 that Travis did was absolutely massive, even though it ended up in a Tommy.
It's shifting your mindset from that landing's a key. It's about creativity and risk. And Travis went straight off the bat, huge backflip, top of the course.
It's exactly what you said about pipeline, the pipeline comparison too. Like, you want to be going, charging this. You want to be going hard and fast, and the judges are going to reward that because that is a massive risk.
Okay, take a breath. That is the first runs of the first quarterfinal matchup done. We're going back up to the top now, though, where we'll see Jared Elston going up against Mikey Cicerelli, and I am fascinated by this one. Jared Elston in Alaska in 2022 looked a little out of his depth. He'd stepped up in his first year on tour, but Alaska's big terrain is intimidating. Let's see what he's got to say about it this year.
Yeah, I mean, where Mikey and I are definitely the least experienced riders in the field, maybe, when it comes to Alaska. And so, like, I'm glad I didn't get Travis or Mikkel or Ben. So I think we're hyped that we're going against each other, and he's such a great dude, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm stoked to ride with him. Yeah, standing on the podium up here at the event would mean so much. I mean, you got the best riders in the world on the best terrain in the world, basically. So yeah, to get on top of the podium or just on the podium at all would mean so much. Yeah, it'd feel really good for sure to be up there with those guys.
So Elston's going to drop in first. One of Jackson's finest. He's looked uncowed up to this point, I feel, by the Natural Selection Tour. He's really got himself stuck into this, and look at the confidence he's riding in with now. No hesitation whatsoever.
Yeah, I think something to be said for the age of these two. You know, this is a younger bracket. You know, you have early 20s, and the benefit of that is that you are a little bit more fearless. You're a little more hungry, but on the downside, less experience in the mountain as somebody like Travis, who's who's 40 years old.
Elston, here perched on top of some big exposure.
Stomping.
Elston really studies the mountains, and I think he notices, perfect 360 right there, landing right in the transition and keeping speed. You know, he really studies this terrain. Wow, great transfer too. I keep trying to get a word in, but then he does something rad.
Nice backside 3, little cross court there off his toe edge. So I mean, yeah, he was kind of hitting every feature that he came across.
And he kept himself high on that ridge. Slough wasn't an issue. It's like great management from that perspective.
That seemed very strategic to me. I think, as I was trying to say while he was, doing awesome things up there, is that he really studies the mountains after he's ridden something. If it's an area or terrain that he doesn't have as much experience in, he comes back the next run, the next week, the next season with loads more idea of what he wants to do. It's really impressive to watch. So I think we're going to see him turn up the volume throughout the day.
Okay, Mikey Cicerelli up next. Nicest man in the world, TM. He had an incredibly solid part in Arc. He knows his way around the backcountry. His transition from slopestyle undoubtedly is done. Like, this kid is a backcountry feature now. It's whether he can apply that to big, big Alaskan terrain, though.
Big Air Jer. Yeah, I'm stoked. It'll be sweet. We're the two young guns. He's definitely got a little more experience in the AK than I have. Like, he got to ride last year. But I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be a good matchup and there'll be a good battle. Jer's definitely hungry for it too, so it'll be sick. For me to get on the podium here would be, for me actually, would be like the biggest accomplishment in my snowboard career. I've had lots of podiums in the World Cup, US Opens, all that, but I think for me, this event means way more because of the stature of it and the riders and the venue. So I would be absolutely thrilled.
Of course, our first matchup of the day where both riders have their Dakine vests on with their name on it. Cicerelli, first time joining the tour in Jackson. And those vests are actually interesting because they are very, very functional. You can see they're equipped with airbags. They have room for all the equipment that you need. Beacon shovel probe up there. So pretty rad.
Yeah, alongside all the EMTs and patrollers that are on the face. So safety is paramount here at Natural Selection as Mikey Cicerelli makes his way on to our northeast exposure venue, the first of 3 today that we'll see.
Kind of making his way along that rider's left ridge line until he can find out where he's dropping.
Same line as Jared up to this point.
And this GoPro angle from the drone really shows, how steep it is and how scary this terrain is.
Got a little melon grab off that nose.
Great landing off of that as well. It's really exciting to see Cicerelli. Big backside 360, landed that beautifully. It's so exciting to see him get his feet wet in AK like this.
You talked about Torstein shouting over the fence at Travis in Alaska last year. Mikey Cicerelli comping Travis's back 3 there with his own.
Beautiful backside slash right there as well.
Yeah, I think the judges are going to reward that back 3. That I cannot wait to see the replay of that because that was, again, everything you see here is far bigger than you can even tell. So that was incredible.
What was clever about that, it was almost mid-face as well. Let's take a look. So Jared Elston, I know that Austin Smith has said that his brain is his most dangerous asset. He's so strategic in the way he rides.
And I think that's what we're going to see is that, you know, that was a great first run by him to get his kind of sensibility going, but we're going to see more. He can ride faster, he can hit bigger things.
2 back threes in a run, and both of them on the smaller side. When you compare them, Mikey, big drop up top, no rotation, but this.
Yeah, right here. Oh, I'm so happy they're slow-moing this.
Wow.
You get the tail of the ping at the
watch
top,
the
didn't
speed he lands with and how he can control that. That's really impressive too.
Yeah, that exceeded his years in Alaska. That was a very, very wonderful transition there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike, way to pop your Alaskan cherry. Giggles at the top. You went huge.
Two riders that come from such different backgrounds too. Cicerelli coming through the contest scene, and I think that mindset, I'm sure he's taking him to this situation where it's an unfamiliar terrain to him, but he's navigating it very well so far.
And you can see it with the aerial awareness. He knew exactly how he was setting up for that 3, knew where the tail was. That part of it's easy. If he can get to the takeoff and he can stick the landing. Okay, scores coming in for the second of our men's quarterfinals.
There it is.
Interesting. That's a little closer than I thought it was going to be, but it could be Mikey taking a little less risk up top. And even though his back 3 was a bit bigger, it was way lower down the face, I think.
Yeah, I think it you know, Jared had like more tricks, but Mikey did, you know, 1 or 2, but the 1 was really big.
Okay, next matchup. Quarterfinal 3, Dustin Craven versus Blake Paul. 2 very different styles of rider here. You've got that immense technicality of Dustin Craven going up against that beautiful playfulness of Blake Paul. Craven is in first, and he's definitely making fun of the helmet again, isn't he?
Yeah, we got, you know, like you said, Craven is kind of full send.
I mean, it's like with there only being 2 events this year and the overall title being in contention, it's like me and Blake obviously are now one of us is gonna knock each other out, which is kind of cool that one of us has a shot at it. I think just anything at my age is cool. So a win up here would be great. A 8th up here would be great. I'm just kind of trying to, at this point, just enjoy the surroundings and the opportunity. You know, these could be my last 2 runs that I ever come up here for, or I could come up for more. So just trying to enjoy the runs and enjoy my time spent.
I think the thing that Craven's done, he's proved it since Baldface in 2022. Over the course of the last 3 events, his switch repertoire, his ability to link big tricks, switch, without reverting anywhere is key, and the judges absolutely love that.
And I gotta say, Dustin, don't do us like that. We want to see you back in a year and again and again and again. You're a young man in these mountains.
34, same age as Razman.
Yeah.
Travis is 6 years his senior. So Craven looking comfortable.
So far, it looks like most of these riders are choosing to go kind of way far out on that ridge line before dropping.
Yeah, it's down through the center of the face. I think you can see a lot more from this point. You can almost hear that sugary quality of the snow.
Going frontside 360. Again, doing any type of tricks or airs this high up on the course. And then solid method, little popper ollie.
How well did he shut down the speed as well? Like, got control of that really quickly and really comfortably. Big serrated knife edge ridge.
This is where you see the speed at which he's taking and navigating the kind of these really little technical sections, excuse me, it's the wrong word, big technical sections. You see his prowess. There we go, just quick straight line.
Bit of soul arch through the exit there.
Yeah.
Chucking up a couple of chunks of cold smoke down at the bottom. So by Craven standards, oh!
All right, so looked like he kind of got just chucked off a little wind lip there.
Could be a little snow variability.
Yeah, he kind of was laughing it off. I mean, I think by that point the run is considered finished. I don't think the judges would really take that into consideration. So, you know, not a lot of huge air time, but a solid run very fast, kept his speed up. So it'll be interesting to see now that Blake Paul has seen that run, what Blake's going to do.
And two different styles too, right? Where Craven is scrappy, Blake Paul is smooth. So taking their different takes on the mountain and looking at them side by side is really unique.
Well, Craven, you know, he'll be taking all of that data on board, he'll process it, and then he's seen the face now. He knows where he wants to be. He knows what he can do. Back up to the top, and it's going to be the turn of Blake Paul. He now calls Brighton in Utah home. Mary, you called him in Revelstoke. You said you like to think of him as a melody. There is no doubt, though, that this boy is always perfectly in tune with the terrain.
Yeah, I mean, it's cliche, but that's just because it's true. Like, Alaska is the mecca for snowboarding. It's got the best terrain. It's the hardest place to get the best conditions and have it all line up. I think I just look at the face as more like what would be the best film shot, or what would look the best, and not always thinking about it competitively. That seems to help as well. I don't think there's any easy matchups out there, but I know Dustin does not care about snow conditions or terrain, and he's just down to send it, and he's just confident, and he can ride anything. So it's not looking super good, but then again, going against anybody here is tough.
Second place in Revelstoke a month ago. Blake Paul is on a roll at the moment, and certainly same kind of gradient that we're going to see here. And he's had the bit between his teeth since he got the wooden spoon in Baldface in 2022. I remember Sandy McDonald saying that Blake actually put in more turns forwards than Dustin did switch on one of the runs. So Blake definitely has stepped up his riding this year.
Yeah, starting it off, as you can see, he cruises with good speed. He knows how to mitigate all of that slough management. But also, one of the worst things that can happen in here is getting in the white room, which means you go to slow down, you completely throw snow up over your face, and you get lost. And so far, he's just proving that that's not an issue for him.
Yeah, he looks smooth, controlled, and with good speed. He's making this look playful now.
Yeah, he makes it look. It's funny because sometimes I wonder if it's almost a negative because he makes it look too easy.
I think that's a very real factor with the judges.
Oh, huge back three stomps it.
Beautiful. Wow. That was a majestic run.
That was
Blake.
A film part run.
Yeah, that was lovely.
If you hadn't seen another track in that, you could have quite happily watched that in a film.
Yeah.
This will be very interesting. I'm very curious to see how the judges, score these two runs together, because they were pretty similar. They both had a couple little airs, and then more just straight lining these chutes like this Craven with his arms behind his back. I love Craven. He's amazing. Kind of being playful on one of the scariest faces that you can ride.
I think the fact that Craven's 3 was up top, Blake took it, I think, very gently up top. I mean, it was smooth and it was beautiful to look at, but there was if you're just going on risk.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Yeah, brother. It was fun. I like straight line and shoot and stood as tall as possible.
Craven giving it the teapot. I would thought of it more as a soul arch than a teapot.
See, I always credit Lucas Magoon with that too. That's a good streets move that he does.
Both looking calm compared to the amount of adrenaline that's running through them.
An 83 for Craven. So.
All right, so the judges rewarded Craven. I mean, honestly though, to pin it through that chute the way he did, and be able to handle that amount of speed, and then his tricks up the top, I guess that was enough to overtake Blake.
I think Razman said it really nicely though at the end of his run to Travis. It's released the adrenaline. The moment you get on the face, you feel the snow underfoot and you start relaxing. That's what everyone's doing with this first run. Okay, Eddie, you called this one as one of the standouts. Undoubtedly, two of the most experienced riders when it comes to time spent in Alaska. Ben Ferguson versus Mikkel Bang. Ben Ferguson, roots in half-pipe riding has transferred them to the backcountry majestically.
Yeah, I mean, you look back at all those like standard movies, like these guys were coming up here, like, I don't know, they came to Valdez and kind of pioneered it all, you know, like they named all these faces and they wrote all these big crazy lines like Noah Selaznick and yeah, so many legends have been up here in Valdez and kind of pioneered this place. So it does just have this like aura of snowboard culture and like, yeah, special place for snowboarding. I've gone up against Mikkel a couple times now and we're like such good homies that it's almost like no matter what happens, like he's my good buddy. So like if he moves on, I'm hyped for him. I got a dog in the fight, you know? I definitely want to beat his ass. And he definitely wants to beat me too, but we're like buddies and we don't want each other to like get hurt or anything like that, you know? Like we both want each other to do good, I think. And being up there with him, like dropping in with him will just feel natural. Like we shred together all the time. So it'll be fun, but definitely trying to take him out for sure.
Ever since you saw his half-pipe runs, you know that Ben Ferguson did his snowboard history. He definitely studied that, and they were flying past Pyramid, one of those iconic peaks, on the way out here every day. Meteorite books. He mentioned Noah Selaznick, that crazy super spine section.
Yeah.
And now the Coliseum.
Yeah, huge shout out to, you know, the Hatchets and Hostanek and, you know, some of these riders and filmers who back in the day just really put their footprint into Alaska.
And all of the locals up there.
Yeah.
The AK Bombers crew, Ryan and Donnie, the Liskers, who I think had a big hand in pioneering this, and of course Jason Borgstead up at Aliaska. Ben Ferg dropping in for his first run of the quarterfinals, going up against Mikkel Bang. Breaking fresh trail. You can see where the riders scoped out there.
Yeah,
and a few of them walk down onto the edge. They're allowed to do that, but a new diving board.
Ooh, like that. Line choice right away, nailing the landing.
And again, seeing how high speed, how they land and then control their speed, to me is one of the most impressive things.
I was really worried that he was going to get stuck in the guts of that chute. Then he's done so well to fight his way back up onto this ridge.
Ooh. Coming up a tiny bit short on that back three, but making it through totally fine and kind of changing course.
Little transfer.
These angles right here, I love. You can really see how blind everything is. You can see that exposure on the right-hand side, where if you don't want to fall off to the right, that's for sure. Yeah, look at that.
Working this face.
And then nice drop there. I think also, as you can see, he was following a line, but the reality is, judges will take that into consideration, but also it's like once you've scoped a line, if another athlete decides to take that line before you, you can't just switch up your entire plan on the spot. So I think the judges will take that into consideration, but also they will know that you can't just completely invent a new line right out of the
Well, the line was Razmund, and Razmund had clipped that little pillow on the way out. So arguably, Ferg's the first person to stick that last drop there.
Yeah. And even in the Razmund kept saying he could have gone a little bit faster. So I wonder if Ben had heard that and took a little more speed to clear that pillow.
I loved up at the top the commitment on that first drop because of the way the feature was shaped. Once you're onto that platform, there was no way out.
Yeah, he was eyeing that up for sure. That was a great line choice right there. And I think Ben is so committed, so calculated that I'm very looking forward to him building upon that for a second run, as you guys were saying, now that he's kind of got the adrenaline out, has dropped in once.
Okay, Mikkel Bang. I feel like he was the standout of season one. It kind of dialed down ever so slightly for him in 2022. I feel like he's, certainly Revelstoke, he's got a point to prove. He didn't have the run he wanted in Revelstoke. He got that big flush on the first run. So this is Mikkel's house. He's going to do well in Alaska.
Oh, totally. I like going against Ben. It's actually, I like it, to be honest with you. First of all, it's like a big challenge, He's like one of my favorite riders. And it's funny because he is kind of like, he likes kind of like trying to get in your head a little bit, whatever. But I'm so bad at that stuff. So I'm always just like, kind of like, haha, kind of like laughing it away. But apart from that, I feel like we're in a good situation because like if I advance, like we're homies. So it's like he's happy for me, and if he advances, I'm happy for him, you know? So I don't really know what he's going to do. I think you gotta be a little bit strategic about where you go this time because of the snow conditions. But then again, I could see him just punting it off something large, you know, you never know.
Little bit of intel we got off Saint-Levier and T-Bird. Mikkel has actually switched it up. He's ridden a 170 custom, almost his entire natural selection tenure. He's switched up to the hometown hero this time though. It's the natural selection edition. Go to burton.com, you can grab them, they're available now. But it's a move away from that twin tip to a more tapered directional shape.
Yeah, and also just noting that size. I mean, Mikkel's a tall guy, but 170, that's a massive snowboard.
I mean, they call that board the Chunder Buster, and it can literally slice suit anything. So it's a great board for variable conditions and this kind of terrain.
So one of the few walking tracks that was allowed out to the edge of the bowling ball there. Mikkel breaking totally new tracks here. You can see him just stamping, getting a feel for that crust.
Yeah, I mean, I think instantaneously the judges are going to notice that he's taking a line that nobody else has taken yet, and this is so gnarly. And I can't express how difficult it is to ride these lines with this amount of speed and then do tricks like that.
Oh,
that
butter
was
to switch back one.
Absolutely gorgeous.
That
That's
was so...
the Mikkel we know in AK.
Yes.
Wow, that was gnarly.
Back three with a really testing run out in the shade across all of those ridges.
Such a technical top too, wow.
That was immense from Mikkel Bang. Two very different runs from two brilliant riders. This is what I came for.
And this is where that comes there down in the standings of the overall, but runs like that can elevate you to the top very quickly.
So you got that big drop, slight interruption to the run, then that under-rotated three, but with a lot of exposure on the exit there for Ferg. And then Mikkel.
This right here is so impressive. That is unreal. Totally blind coming off of this.
Wow. That is a
perfectly
thing.
composed.
Yeah, it's just absolutely beautiful. And you know, Mikkel's saying that he's not very good at the smack talk or getting in someone's head, but I feel like that does a pretty good job right there.
The big thing is, though, he had way less vertical to work with heading out to the rider's right.
Pretty good. I kind of got hung up in one spot, but I didn't fall.
Snow is not bad, huh?
Good, yeah.
Holy shit. Ooh. Man, it felt good to
just go.
Get one. Get one in the box.
I know.
Ham.
90
Hell
points,
yeah.
biggest
Holy
score of the
shit.
day so far for Mikkel Bang.
I did a butter.
Panic butter?
Like no butter on pillow and then switch back one off.
Gangster.
Dude, the landing was
I hit
like
that cliff.
What?
See the landing?
Which one?
The top one right there?
Oh my god, yeah.
And then I like tried to cut into this other pillow and it had this huge like
Did you write down this stuff?
Yeah, and then I wrote down that.
Yeah, whatever.
All right, we're down here with Mikkel Bang and Ben Ferguson. We just wrapped the first run of the men, and we got the first crew bumping back up, but we got Mikkel and Ben down here. Mikkel, I heard you saying the snow was a little bit better than the other scout day.
Yeah, absolutely. The snow is a lot better in there than I think we all thought. It was actual pow. It's only like on the top and the ridges where the snow is a little bit grabby, but it's actually pretty damn good.
And Ferg, how do you feel about your run, buddy? Scores did just come in. Are you going to step it up a notch? Are you going to try the same thing? What are you going for?
Man, I'm not really sure. I'm gonna have to figure that out on the bump up. Maybe get a little look at what's going on, where the lines are. But I would like to do that again and clean it up. Maybe add a couple things. I got hung up in one little spot. Can make it a little bit better.
All right, stay tuned for the Battle of the Buds right here. Nice job, boys. Proud of you. Well done.
So two friends going toe to toe in the Coliseum, and we get our first taste of that venue for the day, the northeasterly aspect. And from all of the accounts we've heard from the riders, snow conditions good and the terrain looks breathtaking.
Yeah, it was great to see what they finally, like, you know, we've been seeing some of these features for a little bit now, and it was nice to just, I feel like it's a little relaxing to get one under the belt, you know?
What do you make? I mean, I think the biggest shock of that first run for me, Mary, was seeing Travis go down. We so rarely see him miscalculate something, especially to that extent.
I do agree, but I also am not hung up on that because the speed and authority with which he was charging is just kind of a tone setter, a pace setter. So I feel like he's got that landing, he's got more. I'm not worried about him yet.
Okay, first run for the men done. It's the turn of the women now. First runs of semi-finals. We're kicking off with Kimi and Elena. This is an AK heavyweights battle, isn't it?
I'm so excited to see them go head to head. I mean, they're friends, they've ridden together for a long time, and Kimi is gracing us back in AK after having to take time off when she was battling breast cancer. So this is a triumphant return. This is a home for her. And for Elena, it's become that same thing. So I have no idea which way this is going to go.
Okay, you heard from Mary there. It's a pretty unique journey that Kimi Fasani has had to compete here at Natural Selection. Let's find out a little bit more.
If you would have told me a year ago that I would be standing on the top of the Hemlocks at Mammoth Mountain with a crew about to drop into the Natural Selection, I wouldn't have believed you.
Kimi Fasani is the archetype of the changing face of women's snowboarding.
She's just broken all the boundaries. And now she's a pioneer for all women in sports, all female athletes.
She helped all of us women with that, because like if I ever decide to get kids, I know now there is a person that did it before of me and made it work.
Here, this is the doctor. 5 years ago, this started with my mom having cancer.
This is not something that I see even once a year. This is something that I've seen a handful of times in my career. Even though you were so young, my goal with you was to make sure you were alive to take care of your kids.
Now going through cancer, I've got to a point where I'm more free and I'm so much more my true self. But I would have never found that if we didn't have to go through all of that. At the end of the day, I really feel like all of these lessons that we go through are a way to pass down knowledge to other people.
Semi-finals on the northeasterly aspect of the Coliseum. So much terrain to get stuck into here and so many different styles of rider. Kimi Fasani in those 2016 and 2017 Absinthe film parts put down some very technical Alaskan descents. Over the last couple of years, Elena Height has done exactly the same thing. She's got her teeth stuck into some very big lines here. I think it's important to say off the back of that Kimi piece as well, she agreed to become a part of Natural Selection just a couple of months after the all clear. The head was undoubtedly willing, but she was down to 99 pounds, 45 kilograms after chemotherapy. So it took so much work for her to get physically ready for this event.
Elena and I have known each other for a really long time, and we've never been in a competitive landscape. And so when we went to Revelstoke, having that matchup, but watching her step into the backcountry for the first couple of years of her career, I remember when she called me when she was going to Alaska for Full Moon. And I just tried to give her as much seeded information I could to calm her down and have her hopefully embrace it and experience it for what it is. There's nothing that can prepare you for Alaska but experience. And so trying to shed some light on that for her. And now I feel like she's going to do that for me.
Well, she is no stranger to steep, exposed terrain. She's proved that in the past, and that is not a physical attribute, that is a mental attribute. I think this venue is really going to suit her.
Oh, completely. Kimmy is one of the strongest mentally individuals that I've ever met in my life, and her background of freestyle riding applied to this kind of terrain is her sweet spot.
Okay. Fasani emblazoned on the back of that Dakine vest.
It's
The
like
GoPro
she's
race drone follows her in.
choosing to kind of take a similar path as Mikkel, which is pretty nice. I like seeing these riders take this one. You know, we saw quite a few of the first people who dropped cruise down the whole ridgeline, and I like to see, you know, where they're going to take this. Like, look at that angle. Oh my gosh, that is so gnarly.
Wow.
You know it is when you can see kind of the hand on the snow next to the chest.
Yeah.
You're kind of in that 50+ degrees.
And you know, I will say one thing about riding Alaska, it seems like all that snow is perfect and all that snow is super soft, but that is not the case. You'll hear the riders talk about, you know, the snow is variable. And a lot of times that means, you know, there are solid drop.
That was
Great drop.
absolutely massive.
Kimmy Fasani in her element right now.
We talked about that weight loss. Like, the first place that's going off is your quads. You need to have your stomping legs on for a cliff like that.
Your stomping legs is a great phrase.
Let's see in this shade, see if she can find a backside 360.
Holds on to it.
Nice.
In that kind of snow, in the shade.
Yeah, low visibility. And again, like I was saying with that variable snow, there is pockets in there that's windblown. There are pockets in there that are kind of hard and icy, and that's something that was a real eye-opener for anybody who gets up to AK.
Okay, great opening run, and something for Elena Height to think about there with Kimmy Fasani.
Oh my God, that was so fun! Wow.
How'd it go? We couldn't see much of it.
I landed everything I wanted to.
Awesome.
Snow was way better than I thought. And it's such a pleasure to be back in Alaska. Holy shit. I mean, sugar.
Yeah, Koa and Zepp will be watching this.
Yes.
I like to think of Kimmy as the disruptor. She's got absolutely nothing to lose this year. She can really go in there and stick it to whoever she's going up against.
And so I could actually like trust my turns.
Again, the data comes, like all of the, I think the expectation for the snow conditions was quite low from after that wind event, but there's been much more healings gone on in the facet. Now it's the turn of Elena Height.
Revelstoke was very full on. I learned a lot. I think that it really challenged everyone and put everyone outside of their comfort zones. I think Kimmy has the most experience in AK out of all the girls. And so I'm really excited to ride against her in the first round. I think that I've learned a lot from her. The first time that I came to AK, I called Kimmy for advice. So it's a really special matchup for me. There is nowhere in the world that has the terrain that Alaska has. And in snowboarding, it really is just this pinnacle of riding. It's the place where you come to not only prove your snowboarding, but also like push yourself and see what you're capable of. I think the descents are all way grander and steeper and more technical than anywhere else in the world. And so I think since the beginning of snowboarding, people have come here to see, you know, how they match up to that.
Yeah, King of the Hill into Tailgate, Alaska with Nick Parata. This has been a proving ground for professional snowboarders. And if you use Travis Rice as the archetype, you invest in yourself. When your travel budget runs out, you don't just stop there, you invest in yourself. Travis did it, and we've seen Elena do it over the last 3 or 4 years.
All right, here we go. Elena Height dropping in. You know, you can put Elena on the top of something like Scary Cherry at Baldface. You can put her at the top of a massive pillar line at Revelstoke, or like this, you put her at the top of a line in Alaska, and no matter what she's dropping in on, she's going to put on a good show.
Rides with confidence and commitment.
You know, if Blake Paul, as I said, is a melody, I think that Elena is an accompanying harmony, because what we've seen her put down in the backcountry in the last few years has been nothing short of so natural looking while being so technical at the same time.
Well, as you said, that kind of harmony line, she sort of bounced her way in with a rhythm, didn't she?
You know, one thing I'll say is this snow, you hear a lot of the riders commentating on it, and you know, you don't see a whole lot of slough. You don't see a lot of snow movement around them, at least from these angles. Oh, trying to get a little air there. But, you know, that's a really positive thing, because when that slough is rolling past you, if that catches your board, you're just ripped right off of it.
Good speed control. After she dropped that first cliff, but then that second section, little drop in there, very, very steep, and she managed to shut it down really fast.
Yeah, I think, you know, Jeremy Jones once commented about getting up to speeds in Alaska. It's similar to on a skateboard if you're bombing a hill. Once you get up to a certain speed, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to slow down without just butt checking or falling.
You could see very difficult. In the guts of that chute, there was some really difficult snow, a few kind of death cookies.
All right, the ease, the calm after the storm right here in the outrun, that must feel so good.
So Kimi Fasani following Mikkel Bang's run out to that far right-hand side, very steep, a lot of exposure, and she put down a decent drop and a 3.
I think that was a good strategic choice. The judges are going to reward with that technical outcropping on that first part of the pitch. And even though she was a little backseat, she held on to that landing there. So solid ample-tricks in her run.
So this was definitely a little bit further up the run.
Yeah, you know, you have to take into consideration when you're doing tricks higher up on the run. If you fall, it's a bit steeper. You know, you can tumble down over, you know, certain aspects of the face that you do not want to tumble down over. So I'm sure that the judges will take that into consideration. But, you know, after seeing this recap, again, judges have a different view of this, but I think I'd give that one to Kimi.
Nice, Elena. Let it go.
It was interesting getting that drone's eye view from the top as well of Elena's drop, because you could see she turned sideways. You've almost got to commit to pointing the board at least for the first section.
Awesome. How about you? Good. Oh, was it so fun? So nice. Better snow than I was expecting. Was yours pretty good, snow-wise? Yeah, pretty good.
I find it interesting. We saw this in 2022. The riders who find their mojo on the day, like Torstein through quarterfinals and semifinals in Alaska last year.
Boom.
80 points for Kimi Fasani. You need to buy a lottery ticket, Eddie. You're calling me. Well, it's not luck. Sorry, I've diminished your skill level there. There's no luck in calling this.
No, quite a few years of judging, but yeah, no, that was a solid call. I think the judges did a good job on that one.
Right below me.
And it's amazing to see Kimi come out with a score like that, you know, with this comeback. It's just one of the most incredible comebacks in snowboarding history, if you ask me. And yeah, so happy to see her back on her board, killing it.
Talking to her after Revelstoke, just being a part of the competition was the biggest thing for her.
I do think that was a bit of an intel mission, though, for Elena. I mean, we saw her send it with a very large drop in the beginning, but I think now that she's gotten her first run in, she's really going to take that up for the next one as well. So,
okay, Hayley Langland versus Zoe Sadowski-Synnott, a repeat of the first semi-final that we saw in Revelstoke, where Zoe rode at, I'm going to put it out there, it was one of the highest levels I've ever seen big mountain riding from women. It was chin first, very, very strong riding.
Oh my gosh, I feel like no one could have ever prepared me for what flying in Alaska is like. And as soon as we lifted off from the airport and got into the mountains and the glaciers, it was absolutely incredible. You never see terrain like this. I personally haven't anywhere else in the world. And I mean, it's just like no other. These mountains are so ginormous and there's crevasses and glacier everywhere, and it's so beautiful. And I was pretty lucky to get a few days before the natural selection crew got here and rode some of the best snow I've ever touched in my whole life.
That experience would have been invaluable because, as she said there, the intimidation factor of arriving in AK and seeing lines of this size and sustained gradient it cannot be underestimated.
No, and you have, no matter how much you think you understand Alaska and the mountains and the riding there, you will never understand it until you're in the helicopter spinning past those mountains, and they're making skyscrapers just look like little tiny buildings. So it's it's one of the most incredible places on the planet for snowboarding.
SoCal's finest, Hailey Langland, making her way into the top of the Coliseum.
So far, keeping her speed up good, hasn't stopped to really look at anything. Solid air off that top diving board.
And again, shot down that speed really well on her toe edge.
Huge gap, and she stomps it. Wow, that was big. I almost wonder if she realized how big she was going to go there, but she landed it.
Hailey Langland, take a bow. That was a big statement here in Alaska.
Coming out firing at 100%. I mean, she's one of the most exciting riders to watch in the backcountry right now because she has such momentum. She really goes for it, but yet she's so controlled.
That's what I was about to say. She made it go so fast, and that's because she kept up her speed. She did two really nice airs, and she just nailed it. That was wild.
I was like, oh, and I'm done. Yeah, Kimmy! Fuck yeah! Dude, I heard you scores. I'm so proud of you. That's so awesome.
Oh my god.
That must have felt good.
It was gosh, you like sending on that bottom windlet?
Yeah, I was like,
How'd the snow feel?
So variable. I was like pretty much skidding
But it
on
looked
top
like
in
you still
between.
maintained in like straight line down.
Dude, I was like, I just don't want to eat it.
Yeah.
But
well, I'm proud of you. That was so sick.
Thanks. Yeah, it was actually really fun. I think now that I know what's in front of me, it can go a little slower, a little
Yeah,
more
that's
chill.
how I felt too. I was like, man, like now that I can trust it, it's like then the flow can like settle in with confidence.
100%, yeah. Should have grabbed my board.
I think you did all right without that.
Yeah.
I love this, just eavesdropping on all the adrenaline as it pours out of all of them. Okay, she made a huge statement in Revelstoke. Let's hear it from Zoe Sadowski-Synnott.
Yeah, scoping up here, this is my first time in Valdez, and the mountains up here are so much bigger than you think. Yeah, it's pretty crack up that me and Hailey are versing each other again. We were just in Whistler filming together in the backcountry, so yeah, I was hoping that we wouldn't be versing again, but I am super excited because I think we push each other pretty hard, so it'll be really fun. I'd be super stoked to end up on the podium up here. Yeah, I've like struggled in Alaska in the past when I've competed up here, so yeah, to just ride my best and do something I'm stoked on, I'd be super happy.
Zoe's supported by so many of the brands who are part of the Natural Selection Tours Industry Alliance. It's those partnerships that support the riders. Burton, Oakley, GoPro, Skidoo, Sendy, Jones, K2, Libtech, Mons Royale, Nerona, Powell, Salomon. So many of those core industry brands who make professional snowboarding a reality. Zoe Sadowski-Synnott now. She won in Revelstoke. She's got at least a couple of fingers on the Natural Selection Tour title, but she's got Hailey Langland to get past first, and she has just laid down a heater of a run.
I thought she was going to go kind of further down that ridgeline, but she broke off a little earlier, dropping in on a face that does not have any tracks yet. So, I mean,
The deceptively steep from our angle and featured zone.
And she's riding it like a champ, super smooth. You know, and you heard Hailey talking about, again, I can't stress enough, the snow looks powdery, it looks all great, and it is, but there are areas that are not. It's windblown and icy. So, again, you never know what you're gonna hit. Solid drop.
Interesting, that was a really hard bump down at the bottom there. You
Yep.
saw the
Ooh.
way,
Right.
She read the first one and then got tripped up by the second one.
Yeah.
It looks like it's just a little bit more wind beaten perhaps in that section. There's a quick change of variability.
Okay, so Hayley Langland, definitely I felt, and I'm willing to eat my words here, she came into this as the underdog, but she has come out swinging with a very impressive run.
Yeah, I think, you know, underdog is, you know, with a grain of salt, of course, because I think you definitely can't underestimate Hayley at all.
Oh, no, I don't, but just at the level that Zoe was riding at in Revelstoke.
100%.
I mean, Zoe was next level there, but she's got the creativity score here. As you said, Eddie, breaking fresh trail all the way.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see, you know, where the judges put her. You know, this is a tough one. I think both. I could see either one of them getting a higher score than the other. It's a tricky one.
Okay, so Zoe.
I kind of followed the run out as well. Oh, just like out. Oh, yeah, you were up top. We couldn't see.
Yeah.
Yeah, up top looked nice. You had some really nice turns.
Yeah, so it was really nice.
There you go.
All right, finishes ready for scores.
Scores for Hayley Langland, 75-75. Scores for Zoe Sadowski-Synnott, 74-74.
Very, very tight between those two. We saw it. We saw 1 point differences in both of the semi-finals in Revelstoke between the men. And for me, that created some of the best riding of the day. When each rider knows there's no holding back now. I've got to send this one if I want it.
Yeah, and one, you know, like we said, those two runs were very equal, and the judges, I think the judges echoed that. You know, 1 point apart, which again, going into run two, it's anybody's game.
And you said on the other side of that draw, Elena and Kimi, you think Elena's used that first run as a rangefinder and she's going to come out swinging run two?
100%. I mean, I think for each of the riders that's the case, but I definitely think that Elena has a little more depression in that pedal she's going to put down. But Kimi the same way. Kimi came out so strong with her flow that you heard her talking about it. That's going to be ratcheted up as well. I mean, honestly, on the women's side, I feel like it's anyone's game right now still.
Okay, we're going to be back with second runs and a new announcing team. Todd Richards, Hannah Beeman and Pat Bridges will be in the booth for second runs of men's quarters and women's semis. We're going to take a quick break, but before we do, we're going to check in with our mountain safety crews. This one's brought to you by Backcountry, who kit out all of our EMTs, our patrollers and the natural selection crew on the mountain to make sure they're safe in remote and exposed environments.
Terrain in Alaska is awe-inspiring. It's huge. It's way bigger than you think.
I truly feel fortunate to be able to ride in these mountains.
Riding bizarre terrain with great snow, it's the diversity that's what's so great about snowboarding, is something that there's endless amounts of up here.
The vastness of it. You could spend your entire life here and not ride at all.
I don't think you can underestimate the severity of risk and danger that's involved with going into the mountains in winter. It's something to really be respected.
Being familiar with your equipment and your protocols, it's no joke up here, so we're constantly on. Cliffs and avalanches, huge cornices, bergschruns, crevasses, seracs. The risks are bigger. Absolutely mandatory that we carry avalanche rescue gear, beacon shovel probe, but also airbags, and then it's glaciated terrain, so everyone's wearing a harness and ready in the case that somebody were to fall into a crevasse. An airbag has a handle that can be deployed if you are swept or being caught in an avalanche. It increases your volume.
It's really important when you go into the backcountry that everybody you're working with works together as a team.
This is something that doesn't happen overnight. You really have to invest in it and continue to practice.
Complacency is something that happens to even the best of us. And so keeping everyone honest, it's kind of the way that you need to operate in the mountains.
Backcountry snowboarding is something that I couldn't really live without. It's a serious thing, it needs to be taken seriously, but the payoff is there's really nothing more fulfilling than being able to move through the mountains, do big things in the mountains, and again, that takes really strong teamwork.
Rider is ready. Any cameras not ready? Dropping in 3, 2, 1, drop.
We're in such a high-stress environment that the minute that stress is relieved and we've put on the event or we've had a great powder day, it just turns to absolute joy. All of a sudden, you just start hearing, and everyone's cracking a Pacifico. Everyone gathers at the end of the day and have a drink and share some high fives, and vibes are so high. When you're that far removed from society, you have to have a sense of normalcy. And there's nothing more normal than having beers with the homies.
A cool way to think about the NST kit is to try imagine everything that fits under the NST umbrella.
These events demand a lot of the athletes and of our crew. You know, we're working in conditions that are, whether they're pure backcountry or side country or resort access. We're dealing with storm snow, we're dealing with POW. We've got weather windows.
NST is this blend of backcountry freestyle riding meets a contest scene.
In working with the NST team, they were looking for more of a utilitarian design that can really work with their packs, with their radios out in the backcountry and in freestyle riding.
It's been rad working with backcountry over the last 3 seasons and seeing the evolution of the product. This kit is at home anywhere people are working in the snow.
Welcome back to Natural Selection Tour from Alaska, presented by Backcountry. Well, we've got the second tier in right now. I'm Todd Richards, joined by Hannah Beeman and Pat Bridges, who are affectionately calling Pat GPT here from Natural Selection. Hannah, so far, you know, this terrain, it's really proving itself to be big and diverse and challenging for these riders.
Yeah, and we're seeing their first runs where they're also getting a lot of information on the runs that they're doing, the terrain, what the snow condition is like, size. So it's really cool to see these first runs and see them feel everything out. We're seeing them learning in real time, and this is a whole new piece of terrain that's big and bad and very featured.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot going on in
there. It's a lot to work with.
Pat, what's stood out to you so far that we've seen?
Well, right out of the gate, second run of the quarterfinals, we saw Travis Rice over amp. And then beyond that, I think some of the other surprises, Mikkel had an amazing line with the butter to switch back one. And on top of that, we just saw Haley Langland just seemed to be punting it down the run, but holding it and making it top to bottom. But it seemed like she was really on the edge.
She might have had the fastest run of the day so far.
It wasn't a timed event.
Hale's blasted down that face. Now, we've got, you know, not only the crown being put on someone's head today for the Natural Selection Tour, but we've got the big prize that's on top of that, is a Ski-Doo being given out to the winner, and it's huge because you talk about the tools that facilitate a rider that is filming in the backcountry. If you don't have the right machine to get you up through the snow, you simply aren't doing it. It's like being a cowboy but not having a horse. So we're going to check in right now with, you know, how Ski-Doo has actually been giving these riders and the crew that works on Natural Selection access to the backcountry for the entire Natural Selection Tour.
My line of work, it's a cowboy without a horse if I don't have a snowmobile. You know, Ski-Doo was the first sleds that I ever rode, and getting into being an amateur snowboarder, trying to get into, you know, professional riding, it's quite a helpful tool. There's a lot of beautiful ways to access the backcountry, but when it comes to production, being able to go and work in the backcountry, and then on top of that, like, you know, snowmobile assisted snowboarding, it's just a fantastic tool. Ski-Doo, it's just a hack. Like, it's just a more efficient way of doing it. And, you know, having access to one, being able to utilize it to how it was designed to be utilized, it can just get you out into places where, whether you're free riding or filming, like, timing is of the essence. There's a lot that I wouldn't be able to do without Skidoo.
All right, we are back, and we're going to get right back into the action. We are in the quarterfinals, and this will be run number 2. I mean, look, Mother Nature is working overtime out here in the Chugach Range. I mean, providing dynamic, incredible terrain. I mean, these are the best riders in the world, and I mean, it's crazy that we actually get to crown someone a winner of this kind of riding. It's absolutely insane. So here are the quarterfinal matchups as they stand right now. Chris Rassman up against Travis Rice once again. Jared taking on Mikey. Craven against Blake Paul. And Ferg up against Mikkel Bang. Now, Hannah, we saw some kind of baubles by people that we wouldn't characteristically say that we would see that kind of moves from. Most notably by these two titans right now. Chris Rassman up against Travis Rice. I mean, I think now that they've got some data on this course, it's going to be a completely different ballgame.
Yeah, I mean, those first runs down a face like this, sometimes you're just overamped and you send it a little too far. Or
Yeah.
Sometimes you just are really wary and you're not exactly sure where you're going, so you take it a little slower. So I think that first run is going to give these guys a lot more confidence, and we'll probably see a bit more, just a bit more playfulness down on this next run.
Playfulness is not something that I would equate with the terrain out here, but I mean, look, Rassman is one of the best. You heard Travis Rice say it in one of the pieces earlier that he's, you know, one of the best riders in the plan. I would tend to agree. Bridges, I mean, he's kind of like this undercover weapon in the backcountry, just really comfortable at landing in really crazy terrain.
Well, I mean, he's that not even once in a generation, but he's just such a unique talent, and he's a rider unlike any we've ever seen.
Dude, how is that frontside 720 kind of like bounce revert style? It didn't really look like that board even punctured the snow right there and somehow able to stay up on his feet.
Well, it seems like the conditions change from turn to turn, so riders just got to be, you know, quite literally on their toes.
Yeah.
Pair of 720s in there. Looks like he got a little reverted in that deeper snow.
Yeah, it's just the snow is going to vary so much from, you know, spot to spot. One landing might be rock hard, one might be so deep. So you kind of have to just hope for the best on this.
I'm looking forward to seeing how the riders mix up their lines. There's a lot of different options in the Coliseum, and I think we're going to see a lot of new terrain getting opened up here.
Well, these two riders right now, obviously, you know, Rassman having a little bit of a revert, but a much better run.
Had to get freestyle-y on him, just a little too loose.
You don't want to get too loose up here in Alaska.
No, but see, they're getting a little more playful. That first run really helps dial in, you know, the visual aspects that you have to put a run together. Now you have some actual tangible information that you can adjust all those lines with and really dial in the run.
All right, Travis right now getting ready for his run number 2. We saw in run number 1 taking it absolutely massive on a 360 into a pocket. He's got that GoPro strapped on his head, so we're going to get some great point of view footage of this next run from his GoPro Max. And here we go, Rice. Ooh, getting a little wild style and a little bump up top. But as you're saying, that the snow conditions are very drastically different from just 4 feet over on an aspect. Whoa, Travis just getting bucked through a chute here. Ooh.
Those are not good sounds to
That's
hear.
Ouch. You make that kind of sound when you knock the wind out of yourself. Rice gets rocked up there in that chute. Ow. That's like a ribber. You know, I've made that sound a million times. It's
Might have just knocked the wind out of himself a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that right there, I mean, as much as whatever Travis is feeling right now, not good, disappointed, he's probably feeling relieved. That could have gone a lot worse.
It could have. Now, you need to mention here is that all of these riders are wearing back protection. We have the best medical staff on hand to evaluate. Bummer for Travis, but let's look back here for what went right for Rasmussen. Look at this front side, not really a 720, about a front side 680 right there, but somehow did not go down. Look at this. Squeaks the revert, pivots on his tail. Luckily for him, that snow was soft enough to let him around. Now let's look back here at what happened to Travis.
Just got off kilter a little bit on that takeoff.
This is that GoPro Max view. Wow. Ouch.
It's a matter of inches. Had he fallen rider's right 2 feet, it would have been a different story.
I mean, there was a lot of exposed rock. I mean, the snow is soft, but you hit a rock, it is going to be very painful. It looks like Travis may have knocked the wind out of himself as he goes for the heel side elevator slide down that chute. And like you said, that could have gone a lot worse.
You okay? Yeah. That's scary. Slid on your back and it'd be oblivion from up there. Travis is down. Travis is down.
Yeah, just chunky. Snow is not that good on that takeoff and just got hung up. Had to go over the bars.
Yeah.
And then had to like check off a little rock. And then at that point it was like, okay, I'm just gonna slide this one out.
Yeah, totally. I'm just gonna get down.
Incredibly light commentary for someone that just had to check off a little rock in a super 50-degree steep chute in Alaska.
Well, when we watched the replay of Rasmussen being able to, ride it out, coming up short on the rotation on the 7, you mentioned that the snow was soft enough, but I think the snow it showed how firm the snow was, and was the snow any softer, Rasmussen would have done a reverse score.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so Travis Rice takes this matchup against Chris Rasmussen by virtue of run number 1. So moving on for Travis Rice.
Little snowy.
Crazy slam. It sounded a lot worse by, the air trying to escape from his lungs in very awkward ways.
Yeah, and I mean, the takeoffs of these features, some can be so soft, some can be super wind compacted, and those can really just kick you in such a weird way that it throws off everything. And then at that point, you're just kind of mitigating damage as you're.
All right, Jared Elson is up next. He's matching up against Mikey Cicerelli for run number 2. Mikey with the advantage here going into the second run. So, I mean, just look at the crazy backdrop these riders have. This is going to be a great showing. Jared, now he has the intel from run number 1, can kind of like let it breathe a little bit.
Well, I think the advantage went to Cicerelli because he did a bigger, smoother 360, whereas Jared did 2 sort of more smaller, conservative 3s.
Oops, straight up and over, backflip, so changing up his line a little bit. Straight off the nose here. Little Super Mario bounce down into the gully. It just seems like, once you kind of stay on that aspect that has the shadow, the snow is infinitely better than it was from where Travis went over and got buckled.
Yeah, and that's what I was wondering kind of watching the first runs. It seems like a lot of the riders are kind of staying in certain zones, and I was wondering why they weren't spreading out a little more, but
yeah.
I think it's because they probably talked a little bit and came to a group consensus that those are maybe the spots that have the better snow.
And Pat, you were saying too, is like, look, the judges are going to mark you off if you're not risking it by going into untapped terrain as well.
Well, it's definitely different now for second run. First run, You might get a little bit of a pass if you're following somebody else's line.
Rogue back 5. Yeah, dude. Fucking insane. And your pillow one looked way more hectic on second time. Like,
yeah,
a lot more
I hit the bigger side of it.
Yeah.
Just
So Jared,
like fuck it, backflip.
tricking it up a little bit here. Backside 360, backflip, and a backside 540 with a high-speed reverse run out. Straight back up to the top, Mikey Cicerelli.
Well, I think that run right there definitely is putting Mikey in a place where he's got to level up over his first run. That was definitely Jared's better of the two runs so far. And he also had that double drop in the middle of his run right there. So Mikey's got his work cut out for him to better his first run.
Mikey being one of the younger riders that's out here, but he just, his style is so comfortable. He just looks like he's really at home, you know, with his board, with his equipment. Like, he just looks super comfortable in whatever terrain you throw him in. And it used to be a long time ago that if you were a park kid or someone that competed in slopestyle, people would, like, you'd go up to Alaska and the older crew would just laugh. They'd be like, I can't wait to see what happens. But this new crop of riders is so good and they're so talented that they get up there and they just thrive. They're given the opportunity to do it. And Mikey Cicerelli is going to put on a clinic here for run number 2. A lot of speed.
And again, you're starting to see the hints of where slough management comes into play.
Little Indy pop off there on that drop. So the question is, do you try to take it back and do a bunch of,
Oh,
you
that's
can
that
see
those soft takeoffs. Sometimes they'll just eat you.
he was looking right there to follow that track and get some spins going and just got gobbled up.
Well, Mikey's got to be stoked to even be in Alaska. I mean, he had a great showing in the duels, but remember, he advanced to Revelstoke because of Mark McMorris's injury, so he's had a great showing throughout both Revelstoke and now here in Alaska, leading after the first run.
There we go, as he points it out here. Well, unfortunately for him, getting caught up in some of that deeper snow, it's not going to do well for his, you know, trick scoring of this run as we go back up for the recap.
Well, the question is, was Jared's second run better than Mikey's first?
You know, I think if you're going to, like, call it strictly trick for trick, you know, you could tell that Jared was taking a different approach to this and trying to, you know, kind of build his special meter up here, you know, as he came down this run, because he was doing a bunch of moves that were kind of, maybe one or two of them were like forced because he knew he had to kind of put something together, you know?
Yeah, I think Jared stepped it up. He did a couple other tricks, you know, made it look good, flowed it. I was really looking forward to seeing Mikey do a few more tricks. Man, I was ready for it.
You could tell that Mikey was winding up for the 720 transfer into that pocket and just, oh.
Yeah.
How'd you go?
Pretty good.
Nice. Fuck yeah. Rogue ass back 5. Fucking A. Not that sick.
Scores for Jared Elston, 87.87. Scores for Mikey Cicerelli, 64.64.
All right, there we go. Jared Elston moves on. That Rogue backside 540, getting the job done for him. Remember, this is the advancement on to the big final round. So, you know, these scores, they don't carry over. These are gone. You're just trying to make it through these brackets.
So there we have it in the semis. First matchup's going to be Travis versus Jared.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
Two of the most intense human beings on the face of the earth
They're gonna
facing
have a
off in
stare-off.
Alaska. All right, heading back up to the top. Dustin Craven will be the first to drop in this next matchup against Blake Paul. Dustin kind of with a sad sack intro to his last. I don't know if I'm ever going to be up here again. I feel like Dustin Craven is, you know, he's got wise wrinkles. You know what I mean? Like he knows so much about terrain. He's been in the game for so long. I could see him being, you know, a factor in competitions like this for years and years to come.
Well, he's like a wine. He's getting better with age. And he's mellowed out, and he's really found a focus.
Yeah, his body is like a temple, old and crumbling and full of mysteries. Here we go, Dustin Craven dropping in here to the second run. Now, also, you were saying there's a lot of tracks in where Dustin is right now. Pretty beat up, actually.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is just where they think the best snow on the mountain is, so they're really taking advantage of it.
There was a subtlety in that backside 360 where he landed, and he was starting to track almost over into that exposed face into the next gully over. That was kind of hairball the way the rail of his board just caught and wanted to redirect him. But that was a great combo of drops right there.
Yeah, Dustin sniffing out the pillow drops to Cliff at the end. That was a beautiful line, done well.
Yeah, that was really cool. 2 drops in a row there. It just seemed like he timed those perfectly. No falls. Added a little bit of excitement. He isn't done yet, though. Nice little backside air off that hip.
Making good use of the travel at the bottom as he heads down to the corral.
Do a little alley-oop 360. So, you know, when we were in Revelstoke, a lot of the terrain was super blind. Now, do you think, like, compare this Alaskan terrain to Revelstoke? You can't see, but it's a lot more. You can kind of get a lot more data when you're riding here than in Revelstoke, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, this venue still has a lot of terrain, but it's way more open up. It doesn't have all the trees. It doesn't have like kind of as many of the hidden nooks and crannies as the pillow lines in Revelstoke did. So you get a little bit better understanding of how things flow just through the looking at it and all the photos and videos that we get for beta. So
and that's so huge, and being just comfortable and letting your board run, which you know, it seems like a lot of riders, they don't really, it goes against your self-preservation gene to like just let my board run in here.
And it's hard to tell from every different angle. These features look different, so to piece it all together from the photos and looking from the top and the drone footage, it's you can put a lot of the story together, but until you're in there, you don't really know. So you kind of have to stay really, really versatile and be able to switch it up and still make it down the mountain looking good and on your feet.
Speaking of looking good on their feet, Blake Paul, super smooth moves, a style that's been, you know, really brand influenced. You know, like bran, like Metamucil, like flowy.
Smooth like creamy
Smooth.
peanut butter.
That's right.
I think it's more like butterscotch.
Butterscotch. I mean, look, the kid flows straight up. He just looks really natural on a snowboard. And I like the way that he was saying that, you know, he's approaching this terrain. Would this look good if I was filming a video part and maybe not just trying to like ram the square peg in a round hole, get the job done?
Well, I think when we talk about the judging in Credo, what we saw from the results of the first run matchup between Dustin and Blake, I think the judges really liked Dustin going through the crevasse, going for a little bit of a hell ride there, whereas, you know, Blake was smooth, might have hurt him, and might have looked smooth to make it not seem as difficult as it was. So we'll see how Blake adjusts knowing the scores.
Blake getting the back 7 with the melon grab right there. So super smooth run, puts a big rotator in his run from top to bottom there. That was probably one of the better runs that we've seen today as far as top to bottom smoothness. All right, back up to the top here. Here's that landing. See, I had to shut it down right there. If you track off of that, you're doing like a mellow 70-footer to flat into the middle of one of those
high
chutes.
consequence there.
That right there, that's a shot for the highlight reel. Drop to drop to drop.
So what do we think here, guys? Is it going to be the tricks of Blake Paul or like the combos of Dustin in that's going to push on?
Well, I think it comes down to the R in Credo, which happened in the first run as well.
I mean, that was a back 7. You got kind of the whip around on it, but I mean, that's the biggest, cleanest trick we've seen so far on this phase. But once again, this isn't a slope salad competition. You have to put this entire run together from top to bottom.
We're ready for scores at finish. Good on that, bro.
pretty long run too, as far as like being gassed out when you get down to the bottom.
Very close.
Wow.
Very close.
Dustin Craven moving on with that 86. So, I mean, that kind of gives us a little window into what the judges are looking for. They want to see you kind of put the combinations together and take the risk. It's not all about trying to just chuck moves in here to get the job done.
Yeah, and I think Dustin had, you know, a little more of an aggressive pace, which I think translates really well to Alaska, really charging the face, showing confidence. Instead of maybe slower picking your way down the mountain.
Right, hunting and pecking down here. Okay, so Ben Ferguson is up next. He's going to be going up against Mikkel Bang. And this, for me, this is the matchup that I get the most excited to see, because I think these two riders are so powerful. They're both incredibly talented as far as all different kinds of terrain. Two slopestyle masters. Ben also an Olympic half-pipe competitor, but now we see him here on the biggest canvas that our sport has to offer in Alaska, and they both look equally at home.
Like the Ben's going back to that big diving board.
Huge front three.
Nailing a front three.
Well, we're seeing it here in the second runs too. The riders all seem to be taking a lot more confidence. They at least have some beta on the terrain and the slope and the snow.
Hannah, what's it like to be on these faces? You've competed here, won the last natural selection here in Alaska. What is it like to try to slam the brakes on after you do something? Like, try to paint that picture for the viewer at home that doesn't know what Alaska riding is like.
Ooh, I mean, hopefully you're not slamming the brakes on. Hopefully you pick a line that flows well and you get the speed right, but I feel like for me, it's like you're just very in the moment, and from one feature to the next, you hit the first feature, and then you're like immediately thinking about, you're thinking about what you're in and getting the next one right. It's just, you know, feature to feature, working your way down the mountain, being in the moment, and yeah, just trying to remember every move.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing too. I mean, most people that snowboard don't really get a chance to ride terrain where, like, you literally get one chance to look at it going up, or maybe a picture, and you've got to figure it out, you know, figure the scale out from a photograph. It's the craziest thing ever. So unfortunately for Ben, putting a nose in on one of the landings down near the bottom, but we're going to go straight back up to the top. Mikkel Bang had one of the best combos that we've seen so far. The front 180 to switchback 180 butter transfer in run number one. So smooth.
When Mikkel puts a run together, he makes it look so beautiful, so easy, powerful, and when Mikkel's on it, he's one of the most fun people to watch.
Yeah, I mean, dude, he's a powerhouse. What is he, like 6'4", probably weighs about 220 pounds of like Viking red meat eating muscle.
Yeah, and so creative. He's, you know, even in previous tour stops, he does lines that nobody else thinks about, hitting a rock in one of his runs. Like
yeah, how was that? Yeah, and it's at the backside 540 that we saw here in Alaska in the last event.
The butter to switchback one, that last run, it's like he's got some unique things that he pulls out in his runs.
And he broke trail, rider's right, for the first round.
See him here trying to find his way into something. Frontside 180, looking for an opportunity to bring that back around. Little 180, so we had a nice frontside 3, that frontside 180 kind of pointing it through that chute.
That was a clean run for sure, but I'd say, I don't know if he bettered his first run.
I think his first run was better. I also think, you know, this frontside 360 off of this was huge. And I think that's going to do, well, actually, I didn't really see him throw the brakes on in the first time we saw it. Watch how he lands here. Did he kind of sit down on that one?
No, he's going over a little bit of a...
Okay, all right. Well, that's huge points for him right there, because that was giant and it was clean. Watch this right here. Unfortunately, the second one where he kind of digs his nose in. right there and kind of goes up and over. But up until that point, and he was straight back up on his feet. It wasn't like a flow-ending slam.
Yeah, and some things about these Alaska faces, from a distance, they look so smooth and like everything is soft and, you know, flows together. But when you get up in there, there's all these different little textures in the snow, different variations in the way it rolls and ripples. And so sometimes just that little change in slope or having a little bump can set you off and throw you off your line.
It's like getting really extreme up there. Yeah, bro. Oh, yeah.
These two good homies. Someone's gonna move on. I'm gonna say that Mikkel Bang is gonna take this one. What do you say, Pat?
I think it's going to be Mikkel as well. I mean, it's definitely down to Ben's second run versus Mikkel's first.
Let's see here. How's it gonna shake? Yeah, and there it goes. Mikkel Bang will move on out of this bracket. So unfortunately, Ben Ferguson with that little nose digger will not be putting up a big enough score to take down Mikkel's first run.
Yeah, that 90 was a big score off that first run.
I mean, Hannah, you mentioned it about the soft conditions. Frankly, through my lens, I don't think it looks that soft.
Well, some spots are almost like I think they get this intel from the upper portion, and then they really get into some soft snow. So let's take a look back at the results as they stand right now. Travis Rice winning over Chris Rassman. Jared's going to take that one. Dustin Craven moves on, and Mikkel Bang. And as you were saying, Pat, it's going to be Travis Rice is going to be up against Jared Elson to start off the semifinals. So into semifinal run number 2 for the women. Kimi up against Elena in this first matchup.
This is going to be a great matchup right here. Obviously, they're close friends, but, you know, this is a position Elena hasn't found herself in the early rounds that often, is in a deficit.
There we go, Kimi Fasani. She was happy with her first run. Let's see if she can up the ante a little bit here on run number 2. A little bit more familiar with the terrain, what it has to offer, the speeds needed. A lot of shadows are kind of coming into play now, though, as this day moves on.
Yeah, it's really amazing to see Kimi back in Alaska and treading with everybody. We've gotten to ride in Alaska a little bit, and it was just so fun. And Kimi has such style and grace going down these beautiful, beautiful mountains. And I feel like it's just awesome to see her, because it's been a little while since her last Alaska showing, and just a step to any of this is
her story is nothing short of being incredible. And she's putting on such a clinic out here today. And I mean, look, she rides at Mammoth, California. Her season has been unbelievable. So she's had a lot of time to get those legs really strong, riding in deep snow. And I think it's really paying off for her here. So far, so good.
Well, that was another clean and very consistent run right there. She cleaned up like the big drop up top from her first run. I mean, I don't think that score is gonna.
Yeah.
I think that. I think the score is actually a better score than her first run. I think she improved upon it, so she's putting more work on Elena's plate.
Now, the thing that I think Elena could bring into run number 2 is that she can just send it off something absolutely massive up top, you know, and that's what we're looking for here. Kimi's run was, like you said, a little bit more, it was clean, but kind of conservative, and there's still a lot of big features on the plate in both of the pieces of terrain that these riders have gone into. And I think Elena probably knows that she's got so many years of competing in halfpipe, and you need to have like a strategy when you're competing in halfpipe, you know, more so than probably any other discipline of snowboarding. She knows she's going to have to nail something big if she wants to take down Kimi's score from run number 1.
One note for Kimi right there, when we look at the credo and the judging, creativity and risk, that was, she cleaned up her first run, but pretty much took the same line second run. So we'll see how that's a factor.
All right, so here we go. Elena on run number 2. And like I was saying, it's crazy that Elena came from a predominantly half-pipe background to be one of the best big mountain riders in women's snowboarding. It's
I've said the same thing about you in announcing.
Yeah, that's same here. That's
I
right.
mean, Elena's been putting the time in Alaska. She's been spending a lot of time up there since the trip from Full Moon years ago, and she's really coming to her, into her own. She has a great sense of direction and picking lines down the mountain. I'm hoping this run we get to see a little bit more trickery from her.
Check it out. She's heading into right now a zone that there are no tracks in, so she's definitely forging her own line here. And oh my God, look at that view of just how big and intimidating this terrain is.
Nice little drop at the top. High consequence, see that exposure, a little bit of rock and pepper on the right there.
It brings to mind, people have brought up Standard Films and Mike Hatchett. I remember one time I heard him speak and he mentioned that the best riders in Valdez are goofy footers, particularly because of spines like we just saw Elena go down.
That's super interesting. Look at that, Elena with a big drop right there, getting some of the most incredible footage. You can see the drone just chasing her right there. That GoPro footage from that drone. I think the perspective gives the viewers at home and us here sitting on the couch just a different view of how steep this terrain is. Look at that method, huge for Elena, nice and smooth. That's exactly what she needed to do. She had that drop, the big smooth method transfer out of that hip. That was great. That was some really smooth snowboarding.
Yeah, we saw her do a little kind of buttered around back three, landed that, cruised around, got a nice method. That was a lot of airtime for her in that run and a lot of exposure towards the top.
Speaking of exposure, right there, patting the dog in that big rock. Gets that drop.
After Kimmy's run just now, I was thinking to myself, where she left the door open was tricks. And Elena definitely has tricks.
Yeah, Kimmy did that back through the first run, and I think that's what got her that nice score. But Elena stepped up with a little bit more air and a little more tricks this run.
I mean, that right there, it's a lot bigger than it looks. And plus, this combination with that, look at how fun that hip looks. Oh my gosh, perfect method, super smooth, no tracks in the landing. That was dreamy.
I think the rest of the field is trying to figure out where she found that.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that was a great line selection from Elena right there.
So good. Elena Height absolutely lacing that second run in the matchups.
Well, she put time to good work last year after the natural selection finals.
Our first time riding an AK together is against each other. I know.
Elena spent a month up in Alaska after the finals last year. Obviously filmed the arc part, but there we really saw in real time what she took away.
All right, let's see what these scores shake out to. 93 for Elena Height. Huge score. She moves on in a commanding fashion.
That was so fun.
Wow. Foreshadowing. All right, we're going to have a little interview here from T-Bird, who's with Elena Height.
Girl, lady.
Nice work.
All right, we are here with Elena Height, who is headed to the women's final. She just put down a second run score, highest score of the day, 93. What motivated that? Was it Kimmy's 80 the round before, where you just had to step it up?
It was Kimmy's 80. My first run, I was nervous, and the snow was very variable. It wasn't as deep as I wanted it to be, so switched it up, chose a new line, a new Kimmy scent, so it was like no holding back.
Kimmy had an awesome story in the little interview media day we did yesterday. She said the first time Elena went to Alaska to go film with Full Moon, you called Kimmy to get some advice. So this seems like very serendipitous and a little bittersweet.
100%. Kimmy has been absolutely my biggest mentor, so it's such an honor to ride with her, and seeing her send up here is so freaking awesome. It's our first time in these mountains together, so it's been really fun.
Congrats, Elena. Go catch your breath. We'll see you in finals. Well done.
Wow, that was one of the coolest matchups we've seen so far, and I love it when riders they find that groove and they just flow. And it looked like Elena was just kind of on one there, and it made it look really easy and really fun and really approachable for me watching. And I know that this is like butt-puckering terrain.
Yeah, that run had a little bit of everything you want to see in Alaska.
All right, Haley Langland is up next, and we were kind of talking about how some of these shadows play in, but Haley's got that Oakley Prism lens in there, helping her to get some definition on some of these less than stellar lit pieces of terrain. And it really all comes down to being able to read the features as they come up at you really, really fast. And I mean, look, you got to have good lenses out there to get that done. Here we go, Haley Langland dropping in for her second go through.
Well, I'm curious to see how Haley manages this run, knowing that she might have gotten a little bit lucky with a couple of the landings going a little too big first round.
I'll say this though, Haley has landing gear.
Yes.
She can stomp. I mean, the Slush magazine cover, you should be pretty familiar with that. Big frontside 720 in BC. Like, she's probably one of my favorite people to watch snowboard because she stomps. And she has a pretty tight stance too. Like, her stance isn't that wide. So she's just super comfortable being able to set things down. Like, her balance point is pretty perfect.
I'm going to say it, when she's free riding, she's almost like a Blake Paul. Very light on her feet.
Yeah, bird bones.
Good style.
Here we go. She's looking. This isn't the same. Actually, maybe it is the same combo that she had on run number one.
But certainly more calculated.
Yeah, way more calculated, which I'm going to go ahead and say it. I thought that the first run through was a little bit more wild, but also a little bit more exciting. Therefore, I think her first run score is going to be the one to beat.
I agree. I would say that her first run, she just kind of let it rip. You know, got a couple of good airs, was down so fast. This one, she took her time. She picked through a few more features.
Dude, that run was so cool.
Well, and there's a skill in being able to hang on.
Yeah. Well, and also, you know, I heard the audio of her saying on run number one, I wish I grabbed my board more. Thing's attached. Here we go, Haley Langland is going to look up and wait for Zoe Sadowski-Synnott to come down on her second run.
Well, when you're up against Zoe, no matter how good your run is, you know, you're never going to take it for granted because Zoe is that talented, that dominant.
She is, and I'll tell you what, Zoe's got a solid backflip. And in terrain like this, a backflip can come in really handy. If you are comfortable flipping it upside down, it's essentially a straight air. You know, so to be able to actually incorporate an inverted move and land straight and not have to worry about using your edge to go off of any of these features, it can work to your advantage big time.
Well, it's kind of like playing the Joker. You've just got it. That's going to help your hand no matter what.
Here you go, a little melon transfer off of that spine. We saw her on run number one kind of going off into some uncharted territory. Kind of looks like she's heading straight back over into that zone as well.
Looks like she's kind of finding a little flow, cruising down the mountain, a little more confident. A little bit of a white rim there.
Oh boy. Finding her way back over. Look at that nice pop up and over. A little jack in the box there on that island feature. So what do you think? Compare that, Pat, to run number one of Hales.
Well, I think like we said, Haley cleaned up her run for the second run, but it might not have been as compelling. It might not have been as entertaining. I'm not sure. This is a little bit of a toss-up, but I think Zoe's second run was better.
Yeah, I think Zoe will improve on that second run.
All right, here we go with Hales. She gets that little drop. Little frontside grab in on that one. Find some transition. Comes hauling out there into the flats. And then we see this interesting terrain read here. It looks like, you know, she's constantly cutting over to the rider's, I guess the rider's right. And then she works her way back. But this right here, this drop, and also where she kind of popped up and over one of the central spine features was really cool read of terrain.
Unintentional double drop there, maybe. and holds on to it and then makes a hard cut over for one more hit on the rider's left side of that.
All right, it's going to be interesting to see who is going to go away with this bracket. And
Good. I mean, I'm riding the shorter panel, so it's over before you know it. But yeah, it was good. Tried to find some better snow.
Yeah. I found the funnest little hit.
Nice.
It's like,
Scores for Haley Langland, 63-63. Scores for Zoe.
All right, so there it is.
Yeah,
Zoe is moving on
There you
from
go.
that matchup. So wow, look at that right there. Zoe Sadowski-Synnott moves on. She will be facing off against Elena Height.
Yeah, I think
Once
Zoe
again.
snuck in a couple more errors on that run.
Yeah, and so here we go. Like you see right here, Elena's going to be facing off against Zoe for the title here. Women's semifinal. Wow, this terrain, there's so much more left to offer. I mean, it's kind of a bummer when you see these riders get kind of stuck in these ruts. All right, well, we're going to throw to Stan Levier, who's got some words for us right now.
Just wrapped women's semifinals run 2. We have got ourselves a show, people, okay? What we saw with the scores after run 1, not going to hold when Elena went head-to-head with Kimi Fasani, taking on that new line, finding the one she wanted, getting the highest score of the day, a 93. Elena's moving on to finals. And then between Zoe and Haley, Zoe finding her legs on that second run, doing what she does best, getting herself into that podium position. It's a guaranteed 24th podium in a row for Zoe Sadowski-Synnott. So it's a Zoe-Elena final. And if there's one person who can knock Zoe off that top spot here in Alaska, no question in my mind, it's Elena Height. So you're not going to want to go anywhere. Tune into this finals battle. Elena Height, Zoe Sadowski-Synnott. Let's have a little fun, shall we?
Thank you, Stan. And we're just chugging along here in the Chugach. I mean, this has been an incredible contest so far. I mean, it's hard to even call it a contest, you know, but it is. Someone is going to walk away as the champ. But look, the riding here, and it's anytime, I'm so not an Alaska dude. Like, I'm just going to be honest with you guys right now. I think it's super impressive. I've only been up there a handful of times, and I'm scared shitless the whole time I'm there. But to watch these riders go into this terrain, navigate their way through it, and pick it apart in the fashion that they are is nothing short of incredible. What are your takeaways here after watching this and even seeing like where the women are going to be matched up against, you know, Zoe up against Elena once again here in this final?
Yeah, Alaska is, you know, it's different every time you go there. It's different terrain. The conditions are different with the snow. It's, you know, you just got to take it for what you see. And we're seeing the girls up there really kind of, you know, looking for the good snow,
Yeah.
trying to find where they can get like a nice air, maybe get a trick in. I do like seeing Elena picking some more like puckering ridges to go down.
I think that's she plays
Yeah.
to her strengths. Now, Pat, for the men coming up, we got some great matchups here. What are you looking for there as far as like who's the big one?
Well, I think one of the more compelling things to look for is how is Travis taking that massive fall on his second run? How is that going to impact Travis going into the next round?
Yeah.
That might have been an opening. Obviously, he's the most experienced rider in the men's field. And then we got Mikkel. Mikkel had a solid first run. Dustin letting it ride. He was incredible as well. I think that's what we're going to look at. And I think the big takeaway for me, both for the men and women, is from run 1 to run 2 is how they got their confidence. They're more acclimated to the conditions, more acclimated to the face, and now they have a moment to sit back and remember, you know, in the Coliseum, we're kind of rotating venues based upon the light. So we are going to see a whole fresh set of terrain, and riders might revert to being a little bit more conservative.
Well, I can't wait to see it. All right, well, we're going to bring in our first first string of commentators once again here when we come back from this break. But first, we're going to talk about one of the partners of the Natural Selection Tour, and that's TAE. It's all about clean fusion-powered energy, propelling ourselves into having an environment to have these events with, and it all is about, you know, having partners like TAE who are committed to clean energy. Let's take another look.
Our winters are changing before our eyes.
We believe in changing the narrative from one of crisis to one of inspired climate action.
That's why the Natural Selection is pledging to go beyond carbon neutral.
Natural Selection will be a drawdown event, which means we're putting twice as much carbon into the ground as we are emitting during the tour.
That includes emissions from every heli bump, every sled ride, and every mile driven will be offset twice over.
We pledge to bring the same enthusiasm for progression on snow to climate action.
Because, simply put, neutral just is not enough. And this really is not even that radical of an idea. So we would like to challenge you and the businesses you work with to do the same.
Terrain in Alaska is awe-inspiring. It's huge. It's way bigger than you think.
I truly feel fortunate to be able to ride in these mountains.
Riding bizarre terrain with great snow, it's the diversity that's what's so great about snowboarding, is something that there's endless amounts of up here.
The vastness of it. You could spend your entire life here and not ride at all.
I don't think you can underestimate the severity of risk and danger that's involved with going into the mountains in winter. It's something to really be respected.
Being familiar with your equipment and your protocols, it's no joke up here, so we're constantly on. Cliffs and avalanches, huge cornices, berg schruns, crevasses, seracs. The risks are bigger. Absolutely mandatory that we carry avalanche rescue gear, beacon, shovel, probe, but also airbags, and then it's glaciated terrain, so everyone's wearing a harness and ready in the case that somebody were to fall into a crevasse. An airbag has a handle that can be deployed if you are swept or being caught in an avalanche. It increases your volume.
It's really important when you go into the backcountry that everybody you're working with works together as a team.
This is something that doesn't happen overnight. You really have to invest in it and continue to practice.
Complacency is something that happens to even the best of us. And so keeping everyone honest, it's kind of the way that you need to operate in the mountains.
Backcountry snowboarding is something that I couldn't really live without. It's a serious thing, it needs to be taken seriously, but the payoff is there's really nothing more fulfilling than being able to move through the mountains, do big things in the mountains, and again, that takes really strong teamwork.
Welcome back to Natural Selection, Natural Selection Alaska, presented by Backcountry. We've already got our women's final. If you're just joining us, we've tied up the men's quarterfinals and the women's semi-finals. So we now know that it's going to be Elena Height versus Zoe Sadowski-Synnott in the women's final. Third time those two have gone up against each other. Zoe Sadowski-Synnott has won both of the previous two meetings, but she's never won in Alaska. So each of them looking for a first. Right now, though, it's the small matter of the semi-finals. And while you're admiring our set here, you might have noticed all the backcountry gear in the break there. We've got all of the merch up the back. Can you model some for us, kind of Wheel of Fortune style, Mary?
Here you are.
3L Drytex, it's what all of the crew, all of the safety crews are wearing up in AK at the moment. Super warm, super dry, massively breathable, and perfect for extreme environments. You can go to the Natural Selection website if you want to pick those up, or to backcountry.com. We've also got that Burton board up at the back there. That is the Natural Selection Hometown Hero, and that will be on burton.com. So go and fit yourselves out with some beautiful NST merch. Now take a deep breath. It's semi-finals time and really interesting matchups here. We've got the oldest and the youngest man in the field going toe-to-toe in Jared Elston versus Travis Rice. This one looks interesting, Mary.
Well, especially too, that second run that Travis took where it looked like he hit his head perhaps a little bit or grazed it, that is a gnarly kind of run to shake off and come back for another go. I mean, just seeing what's going to play out there is already intense.
And let's rewind a year, Eddie. This was Jared Elston's first matchup in Alaska in 2022, and he looked like a completely different rider to me. His confidence has grown immeasurably in the 12 months since.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we're in store for some amazing riding.
All right, so we have officially switched venues, and we're getting ready for men's semifinals and then men's and women's finals. Basically, this is our new course. This is going to be the super final going down up here in Alaska. How the sun moves, it kind of moves laterally. So as the sun went this way, we bumped over this way to get the good light. So we're just about to drop the riders in a few minutes. We're going to see Jared Elston versus Travis Rice. Then we're going to see Mikkel Bang versus Dustin Craven. And then immediately following that, we're going to have men's and women's finals. It is beautiful up here in Alaska. The snow is bomber and the terrain is ridiculous. So stay tuned.
Okay, so this is the second venue. It's known as the Northwest location. It's getting that afternoon light. The quarterfinals and semifinals were run between just before 10 a.m. and midday. They waited 3 hours for this venue to get in the perfect light, and it is the shortest in terms of elevation, just 800 feet at the biggest length of workable features. So I think line choice is going to be critical here. You've got to find those features and make them pay.
Yeah, and the thing I love about this is the fact that we're going into a whole new section. So there's, again, you're not following any tracks, you're not repeating any runs. So it's almost back to square one to see, you know, to kind of figure out these faces.
And we don't have that same ability to just drop in here. The riders are actually hiking up away from the starter, so they're starting with hand signals. They can't ride into the venue across the ridge. So Jared Elston, 24 years old, up against Travis Rice, 40 years old. And from what we've seen so far, Jared looks like he's in the zone. Travis has been, by his standards, I feel like he's forced it slightly. So Jared Elston in the foreground there.
That's a precarious start gate right there.
Yeah, that's insane. All right, kicking things off with a nice little cross-court backside 360, just doing some smooth turns, solid air.
Jared looks good right now coming down the top of this run. And I agree with what you're saying, Ed. I think we're seeing, you know, Travis not have his normal form in that first round. So I think it's going to speak to his mental toughness, whether he's able to come back on this one again, because Jared is putting on a show right now.
Oh, that front three to back three and then holding it together, super smooth by Jared. Also,
that was a little bit of Saturday Night Fever. He had some fast footwork to get out of that.
That was just lost some speed there at the bottom, but again, I think that was probably past where the judging ended. But that front three, back three was really cool. Quick on your feet, kind of opposite rotations.
And again, I think exhibiting that kind of very considered speed and direction, like no stopping, just very smooth pull on the top section there. That's going to bode very well in Elston's favor.
Well, we knew that it was going to be, by the stats, that it was going to be a short venue with not an awful lot of elevation, and that was borne out with the intensity of that run. Jared was snapping those hits out, back three, that step down off the ridge, front three, back three. Very, very solid first run from Jared Elston.
That snow, bud?
It's decent. I would say decent. Yeah, sunny aspect is a little, kind of just like big crust that you couldn't really gain much speed if you weren't going downhill.
Okay, back up to the top, and so far that morning session on venue one was not Travis's day. Didn't look like he'd hit his straps. He's had a bit of a reset time, 3 hours now, to get himself in the zone. He's taken a fair amount more run up by the looks of it than Jared.
And you know what though? There you go, giving the universal O there for the drop-in signal in the backcountry. And if there's one thing Travis is great at, it's performing under a lot of pressure. So, I mean, he essentially put the pressure on himself going into this run, and let's see what he can unfold.
Switch drop in with that switchback one up top.
Nice little some turns to navigate his speed at the top of that drop.
And beautiful tranny finder.
It looks like he's found his stride again right now.
Yeah, it's no surprise seeing Travis just come out, and there's a lot of riders who could not set down a run like that after the fall that we saw him have during his last that last round.
Ooh.
Starting things off, dropping in switch stance, starting off with a little frontside half cab.
Well, no, this is the back three off Jared. First
I'm
run.
sorry. Yeah, sorry. I thought that was Travis.
I mean, this is a very well-matched first run, I feel like, for these two competitors.
Yeah, judges are going to be earning their money on this one. These two are very, very close.
I mean, Jared came out very strong. And that's the thing is, Jared he gets better throughout the day, the more time he puts in every one of these, I feel like.
The one thing, I feel like I've got to say this with Jared, he's leaning heavily on the back three at the moment. We've seen a couple in 2 of his runs now, and we saw the same there. If there was one chink in his armor, the judges will pick up on that. Whereas Travis has got that switch drop in.
That's a really good point, and I think we don't see that with Travis very often, especially just because of his comfort with this terrain and his ability to kind of adapt to anything.
That back three, kind of seeing it from the other angle is pretty cool. He kind of gaps out to a little pillow and then kind of back threes off the pillow. It'll be curious to see, again, like you just said, Ed, how the judges are going to score this. I mean, yeah, I mean, Jared's run was a little, overall, a little, kind of more flowy, if you ask me.
Well, both of them, in terms of creativity.
I mean, it was okay, but I didn't, got hung up in some crust on the takeoff.
Yeah.
Limp dicked in it.
Yeah.
It's one way to describe it.
That actually broadcasted over radio. That was perfect.
How'd yours go? Looked like a...
Scores for Jared, 81-81. Scores for Travis, 80-80.
What you both said, very, very close. Nothing to choose between these two.
So you got an 81 trying, dude?
Yeah, Jared.
Come on.
Got him where you want.
You see Travis grit his teeth then.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that. I think, again, I think that was a good call. That was a very difficult run to compare those two. But I do think, Jared had a little bit more bouncing around. That front three, back three combo just looked a little more flowy. Travis put himself on top of that pretty big drop, but at the end of the day, I think that 81 to an 80 is pretty solid scoring.
Yeah, but Travis almost needed a settler. He needed an antacid that was going to just bring him back down. He'd swung so hard in those first 2 quarterfinal runs, and it had bitten him slightly. Okay, back up to the top, and this promises to be very interesting. Craven, again, like Travis, I don't feel like he's found his full rhythm yet. He's got so much more to give. Whereas Mikkel, his mojo is firing on all cylinders right now.
All right.
The Norwegian giant.
Just these angles, they really do get my heart racing. It's insane.
Alaskan terrain was built for Mikkel, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, this is a really gnarly line choice right from the top.
But look at his flow in it.
Yeah, his flow is good. Just no hesitation. Huge front three, stomps it.
Snap! Beautiful.
Wow. So far, this is an incredible run that we're seeing from Mikkel. And Dustin.
Unbeatable. In this kind of form, he's unbeatable.
Yes.
Yeah, Dustin has his work cut out for him because that was about as smooth as a run like that could get.
And you can see that's a big fin of moraine running down the center of the valley. All of the spectators are up on that fin. They can see these venues perfectly. It's like a natural amphitheater, hence it's called the Colosseum. Mikkel's I feel like he missed this in 2022. We saw it in 2021. Last year he was brilliant, but by his standards, not great.
Well, it's like, we've mentioned before in this broadcast, it's that you have to be in that mental frame, that perfect space to be able to ride this terrain exactly the way you want to. And when you're in that moment, as it looks like Mikkel is right now, you really are in that golden spot.
Okay, Dustin Craven back to the wall, and his board hasn't even touched the snow in the semi-finals yet. Mikkel Bang, no doubt, we don't have a number on it yet, but that's going to be one of the biggest runs of the day, no doubt.
Good.
Craven waiting for the okay.
Can really get the sense of how steep this terrain is.
Yeah, the drop-ins are like billy goat zones.
Little popper at the top. Let's see what he has coming in. Kind of staying on top of this ridge line, pushing his slough off to that right-hand side.
Cheeky shifty.
Back 7, huge. Not a little back seat, but yeah.
Popped up really fast. Snow looked fantastic in there as well.
I mean, that's an answer back to Mikkel's run for sure.
All right, so basically, it's that back 7. Looked like he was a little in the back seat compared to Mikkel's big front 3.
Okay, another look at Mikkel's. Beautiful run.
Just right here, his board control, the way he's navigating this ridge line is just so impressive. That is so difficult. And then there's that front 360.
He wasn't forcing it anywhere. He just let the board flow through that terrain.
It was beautiful. Quintessential Alaskan riding, but also quintessential Mikkel riding.
And then Dustin, I feel at the moment the biggest strengths in his riding we're not seeing. Like that really tech switch game. But you do see that beautiful board control.
That's a hard spot to do a back 7 off of, downhill takeoff. Yeah, he gets into the back seat. I mean, that was a significant butt check, but to throw a back 7 in that spot is really difficult.
I hadn't noticed it until you said it, a downhill takeoff.
Yeah.
You want that pop or kick to flick you into a big rotation.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
a lot of 7s you'll see, or 3s are cross court, so they're kind of crossing the court. That was a little bit more downhill, not off a windlet, but off of a little roll.
And I'm going to walk back what I said too, because from that first angle, I didn't realize that he'd had so much of a butt check in that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Mikkel's going to take this run.
Craven always has that kind of air stare look, like he's a bit confused when he's down here.
Yeah, though, dude.
All right.
Okay, 80.5 versus 79. Craven takes it with the 7. It's the first time the judging soothsayer, Eddie Wall, has been wrong today.
Wow,
Mikkel with work to do. But I feel like the way he's riding at the moment, that all it's going to do is fire him up.
I mean, anything's possible at that point, I think, or at this point.
Okay, so Jared Elston leads Travis Rice after the first of these runs. Dustin Craven leads Mikkel Bang. And I'm not going to lie, on my form guide, that's gone completely opposite to the way I thought it was going to go.
Well, that's what Alaska brings. I'll go back to what Eddie said in the pre-show. It's like on any given day, anything can happen.
Yep. Yeah, it is. You could take anybody in these elements and you just don't know the outcome because it's not just a fixed jump right in front of you or a half pipe. There's a lot of elements coming into play here.
Okay, what do you think it's going to take? Travis felt like he dialed it back a little bit. How do you feel about Mikkel? Like, where can he push with this?
I mean, if we see Mikkel amp it up a little bit with maybe one more spin or slightly getting the spin a little bigger or throwing in something switch like he did during the previous round, those are all areas that he could get points in because his technical riding and navigation is wonderful.
Okay, and a little bit of switch game from Dustin could push as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I honestly think Travis is probably right where he wants to be because he uses that pressure as fuel, as Mark McMorris said in the last during the last one. And if there's anything Travis does, it performs well under pressure.
Well, we got a tiny glimpse. It was in the corner of the camera, but the moment the scores came in and Jared kind of got up, you saw Travis grit his teeth and just be like, yeah, okay, you've got this. Which is the last thing you want.
Yeah.
I think Jared excels in that too, though. I think he's kind of poking the bear. I think he wants that.
Okay. If you're interested in it, we have the Backcountry limited edition NST kit available. This stuff is very, very special. If you want to...
A cool way to think about the NST kit is to try imagine everything that fits under the NST umbrella.
These events demand a lot of the athletes and of our crew. You know, we're working in conditions that are, whether they're pure backcountry or side country or resort access. We're dealing with storm snow, we're dealing with POW. We've got weather windows.
NST is this blend of backcountry freestyle riding meets a contest scene.
In working with the NST team, they were looking for more of a utilitarian design that can really work with their packs, with their radios out in the backcountry and in freestyle riding.
It's been rad working with backcountry over the last 3 seasons and seeing the evolution of the product. This kit is at home anywhere people are working in the snow.
And if you're interested in it, all of the gear is hanging up at the back there, or you can go to backcountry.com and check it out. Limited edition natural selection gear, top of the line, top spec. We've also got, if you head on over to naturalselection.com, the posters and the NFTs of the event poster. Absolutely love these things. This one is AK, I love, did you see the Revelstoke NFT one? With those layers and the kind of snow on it with the pillows?
It's beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. Also worth pointing out that we've got a partnership with Sendy, the app. It's essentially a way to turn your gear into cash. Whether you want to rent it out or whether you want to sell it, you can download the app anywhere in North America. And then if you're traveling somewhere, you don't have room to take your gear, you can find places to rent your stuff. Or if you live in a resort and you want to rent your stuff out to people who are visiting, you can do that too. So turn your gear into cash, download the Sendy app. Okay, we're getting ready to jump back into the second run of the semi-finals. We talked it up, but Travis Rice backed into a corner behind Jared Elston. He's definitely going to come out swinging. And Mikkel Bang, I think a very, very close call between him and Dustin Craven. But if you're making a call now, who would you say?
I'm going to let Eddie go first on this one, I think.
I mean, if I'm being backed into a corner, I have to say it's going to be between Travis and Mikkel. But you know what? I've been wrong before.
Well, you've been right up until that final call between Dustin and Mikkel. So we're back up to the top of this second northwesterly venue. It's one of the shorter pitches, but it's definitely got the most playful terrain. And you can see there, almost Tordrillo style, melted ice cream kind of spines off the top. Jared Elston back up on top of this little diving board. He gained so much speed on that cross-court traverse, didn't he?
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned that you know, the length of this one is a little bit shorter than what we saw in the first round, and you know, that puts a lot of pressure on because you may only have one solid drop to really impress the judges. So Jared dropping in, starting things off with a nice air, and then huge backside 7. Probably he had enough. He had to slow that down. He probably had enough time to do a 10 there. That was pretty wild.
Huge respect to him, though, for going for that one.
Completely. And you know when you have Travis dropping behind you, you have to do that. I mean, you could say that about any competitor in this. You have to pull out all the stops.
But that's almost Travis's superpower. I think you said it, Eddie. Oh!
Back 3 to a crippler. It looked like he was almost scraped his head on the ground as he did that. That was amazing. Super clean, though. He has that kind of quick feet, you know, almost like Austin Sweeten style there. I love seeing that, and ending it with a backflip to a big claim by Jared Elston.
Right in front of the spectators up on the moraine.
I love that comparison, Eddie, to Austin Sweeten. That I had not thought of that before, but that makes so much sense. And you know, this is interesting too, what's going to happen with the scoring and the judging on this, because yes, he had that fall, but he kind of went buck wild right after that.
Yeah, it's, again, it will be interesting to see. But again, you know, the judges rewarded Craven's back 7 without much of a clean landing to the front 3 of Mikkel. So, you know, I think just even attempting a big trick, as long as you're not cartwheeling down the face afterwards, I think you're going to get rewarded.
I think as well, you have to acknowledge the ambition of Jared Elston. He came in here and was really intimidated in 2022. That run, his transition to basically becoming an Alaskan veteran seems to have been done very, very quickly. But now it's the turn of Travis Rice, winner in Revelstoke, defending Natural Selection Tour champion from 2022. Things haven't gone his way so far today. He is behind Jared Elston's first run. He might even be behind his second run because that could be an improvement. Let's see how he responds.
curious to see if he's going to take a new line here or follow a previous track. So far, it looks like he's a little bit on one track.
That's Mikkel's line, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where he flowed through here.
So far, looking really smooth, really clean. Putting himself on top of a big double here. And, oh my gosh, stomping. And again, being able to stop his amount of speed, going for that huge backflip, that was a very solid run.
Yeah, Travis doesn't miss a beat, and I think just honestly remarkable at how his first 2 runs went into going to that one to really pulling it back together and being so composed. That was a hammer run.
If that was a first date, it was so direct, it would have been rude. Okay, so Jared Elston on that second run, just milking that entire run in for speed for this.
That back 7 was so big. Oh. Unfortunately, going down a bit. So, I mean, the judges are really. Oh, so yeah, he took a pretty big tumble there. I think the judges are gonna obviously dock him points for that. But you know, got a nice 3, and then this crippler.
That combo together, that's what the creativity is talking about, isn't it?
It's so exciting to see his advancement in this terrain too, though. I mean, this is like a little bit of a glimpse of the future.
Yeah. Well, we said it with that Mikey Cicerelli heat, but then Trav taking a leaf out of Mikkel's book.
This is a great example of slough management and also not getting in the white room, and then a perfect little double drop. Look how big that is from that angle.
That is
precision.
Massive.
Yeah.
That drone angle on the GoPro is ridiculous.
Again, being able to land and be able to check his speed to set up for that backflip.
That was a perfect thinking 4, 5, 6 steps ahead the entire way down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Travis is going to walk away with the highest score on that run.
That 7 was mighty, man.
A little too much.
What you've got to admire in Travis as well is his ability to put those first couple of quarterfinals runs, which didn't really go his way, but he scraped through behind him. He's just sort of wiped the slate clean and gone, start again, take a breath.
Landed that. My tail just goes.
75-75. Scores for Travis, 87-87.
Damn.
There it is.
Nice work, buddy.
Wow.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Oh, dude, that 7 was ridiculous.
Ah, shit.
All right.
I love to see how much that means to Jared. I think Jared has got a really strong slice of the competitor in him. He's strategic, he hates losing, and it's pushing him really hard.
I completely agree with that.
All right, dropping 10.
Okay, so Mikkel Bang, the Norwegian, goes up against Dustin Craven for the second time in these semi-finals. If you're just joining us, second runs of men's semi-finals in Natural Selection Alaska. This is the live watch party. We're watching it as it unfolds.
Okay, so Mikkel taking a fresh line, which I know the judges are going to love to see.
Oh, my goodness.
There's just not a doubt in your mind that he's going to land it from the moment he takes off.
Wow, front 5, making his way switch, and then into that cab 1.
Wow. I just feel like, they talk about people putting on a clinic. That was someone putting on a clinic of how to ride in Alaska. I mean, Mikkel's on one right now.
To do a 540 and land switch that high on the face in this steep of conditions is incredible.
That pose that he just pulled in front of the Moraine, that was the full "Are you not entertained?" wasn't it, in the Coliseum? Yeah. Yes, Mikkel, we are entertained. That was fantastic. It's liquid snowboarding. We saw it from Torstein in Alaska last year when everything he did just turned to gold. And Mikkel's in that zone. He's just, you get the feeling he's not going to miss today.
Yeah. Now, Craven in the lead. We're going to have to see if he's able to top that, which, I mean, that's going to take a lot. That's going to take a solid run.
Well, you made all those great points that I'm sure the judges saw that Mary and I missed, that downhill takeoff into a very difficult angle of landing on that 7. The Tech Master going up against the fluid Norwegian. Edge of your seat stuff.
A little air to start it, another little method, kick things off. And again, those look like kind of mellow, but it's huge frontside 7.
Oh!
Landed on his feet. You know, it looks like he was in the back seat a bit, but. All right, so it's really going to come down to that frontside 7 and Mikkel's frontside 5.
At what point are you ever going to see 2 7s in a semi-final in the backcountry?
Oh, this is a tough one. I don't envy the job of the judges right now.
You know, the other thing too with Mikkel, he lands the 5, watch this, and then continues to ride switch for a little while. He doesn't just quickly hop around. And look at that, it looks like he landed on a park jump.
Well, you talked about 4 or 5 features ahead. Mikkel's got that whole run down. He knows exactly where he's doing everything. And you talked about it at the start, Eddie, in Alaska. Like, you're constantly reviewing your plan because the run's changing as it unfolds.
There we go, get another look. Yeah, so he sat back pretty hard on this. I think that's something that the judges are gonna take note of. Yeah, I think Mikkel is gonna walk away with this one.
Yeah, it wasn't just a deck chair, was it? The board was above his head for a bit there.
Another kootenai stomp.
How'd that one go, Dustin?
Yeah, it was alright. I sat back on my best front 7. But good snow, fun. It was cool. I hit it like a hip.
I saw that, dude. We can just see it.
Yeah, bro. Move it off.
Fuck yeah.
Head kid.
I gotta crack a beer with one of you guys.
All right, ready for scores?
All right, scores for Mikkel, 90-9-0. Scores for Dustin, 86-8.
There it is.
2 huge scores coming in there. 2 of the best runs we've seen, but I don't think there's any complaints. I'd love to see that mutual respect between the 2 of them as well, but Mikkel is just on fire at the moment.
What did you do?
Yeah, this is going to be a very exciting finals.
Yeah, so I mean, I love how everybody hugs it out of the bottom too. It just kind of shows that, you know, snowboarding, it's an individual sport, but everybody's out there to have each other's back. Nobody wants to see anybody go down.
I'm going to have to check my records, but I don't think, we definitely haven't seen a Mikkel-Travis final. But we are going to see one now. And it's been a long time coming. Zoe Sadowski-Synnott congratulating fellow finalists while it's on to the Pacificos for Dustin and Jared. The after party starts here. Okay, so Travis doing his homework on the 3rd venue. Let's hear from T-Bird now.
What an incredible men's semifinal. The finals is now set. Talking about the course real quick, the riders in the semifinals rode the lower section of this face. They're now gonna bump up 1 peak higher, and that will be the finals venue. And it's set, Travis Rice versus Mikkel Bang, Zoe Sadowski-Synnott versus Elena Height. Let's get this thing underway. Riders are ready to drop.
So, semi-finals done. We now know our finalists in the men's and the women's. Mikkel Bang versus Travis Rice. Mikkel has been on form all day. It feels like Travis is starting to get there.
I mean, I feel like Travis is burning right at that time when you want to reach your pinnacle for the day. So that is going very well for him. But Mikkel's already there. I mean, 2 different approaches to the mountains, both very, very solid riders. Different styles, but they both can kind of adapt to anything. And I think that's what makes this matchup incredibly exciting.
What's your call, Eddie? Is it too close?
Yeah, it is. You know what? I'm pretty happy. I made the call. I made the correct call in that last round, and but I honestly can't make the call on this next round because it is. It really could be either one of these guys.
And we'll just do a quick recap of the women while we're here. Zoe Sadowski-Synnott versus Elena Height. Elena's second semi-final run against Kimi, I felt was groundbreaking. So technical and so confident.
I agree with that. I mean, I think you said it very well. And now moving to this next phase, I think there's more opportunity for her to grow on what she did earlier.
Okay, a big mountain zone. Would you make a prediction on that one, Eddie?
No, again, I'm not going to because it's too hard. It's too hard at this point, yeah.
Okay, we're under a lot of pressure in here trying to make calls. The riders are under even more pressure. And as we said just before, when we saw Jared Elston and Dustin Craven go out, decompression is a very important part of the compression that you get with events. So we're going to take a quick break in a moment, and when we come back, we'll have the finals with Todd Richards, Hannah Beeman and Pat Bridges. But before we go there, let's find out how the riders decompress with Pacifica.
Rider is ready. Any cameras not ready? Dropping in 3, 2, 1, drop.
We're in such a high stress environment that the minute that stress is relieved and we've put on the event or we've had a great powder day, it just turns to absolute joy. All of a sudden, you just start hearing, and everyone's cracking a Pacifico. Everyone gathers at the end of the day and have a drink and share some high fives, and vibes are so high. When you're that far removed from society, you have to have a sense of normalcy. And there's nothing more normal than having beers with the homies.
Valdez, Alaska. The last frontier and the ultimate playground for the world's best riders. In snowboarding, it's a tale of David versus Goliath, as mere mortals are pitted against indestructible giants. Nestled in the foothills of the iconic Chugach Mountains, Valdez is widely regarded as the snowiest town in North America. Averaging over 300 inches of snow every winter season, with record winters yielding up to 550 inches of snowfall. Yes, you heard that right. That's over 46 feet of snow. Massive wet coastal storms routinely slam the region, depositing huge amounts of snowfall, and this wet snow sticks to every crag of the surrounding range, rendering even the steepest angles of terrain rideable. The Chugach Range stretches approximately 250 miles east to west and 100 miles north to south. That's just about the size of Switzerland. Their formation was created from the movement of the Pacific Plate as it drove up against and underneath the southern Alaskan coastline, creating behemoths seemingly straight out of the ocean. Couple that with the annual snowfall, and you have the quintessential snowboarder's playground. And now, the time has come to play. 12 of the world's most gifted backcountry snowboarders will be put to the test in an epic head-to-head showdown on the faces of giants. With the main objective of standing atop the competitive snowboarding world, Alaska's beautiful, burly, and unforgiving terrain has been a pivotal region in the evolution of backcountry freestyle snowboarding. And this year, the saga continues once again with the Natural Selection Tour's final stop.
Travis, who has had a long career, is at a stage in his life, he's like, well, I want to use this as a microphone to really elevate the conversation around sustainability, to celebrate Mother Nature in a very engaging way, and almost use the competition, the content as a Trojan horse to have these conversations and impact change.
The New Earth Project is a coalition of outdoor enthusiasts, industry-leading brands, and innovative packaging suppliers, all working together to solve these problems.
Great things are accomplished by the people who refuse to lie down.
our whole mission around celebrating Mother Nature and talking about sustainability, now we have something very tangible that's relevant to our audience.
At the New Earth Project, our tagline has been, we do this together. And that was something that we figured out really early. Like, the secret sauce is community. The secret sauce is everyone working together. My hope is that brands will begin to look at this sustainable transition as something to celebrate. And at the end of the day, like, that's what this should be about, is like, we are all inspired by this beautiful planet, and we have a responsibility to understand our impact and do everything we can to minimize that if it's negative.
What a perfect partner for the Natural Selection. New Earth Project, as they said, is a sustainable solutions partner. The team at New Earth Project has built a strategic coalition of outdoor enthusiasts, industry-leading brand and global packaging suppliers. Hey, their goal is to rid the world's oceans, lakes, and rivers of plastic pollution, and that is a fantastic thing to do, and it's a perfect partner for the Natural Selection. Natural Selection, all about sustainability, also their partner TAE, into clean energy. Let's do this. We only got one planet. Let's make it last a little while longer. We are into the finals, you guys. We are here. It is the finals of the Natural Selection here from Alaska, presented by Backcountry. And man, the matchups we just saw, Mikkel Bang, look, we're all fans of Mikkel Bang's riding, but I think, you know, we're looking at two completely distinct riding styles. Travis is like a sledgehammer. Mikkel Bang comes in this thing and just smooth grooves the entire thing. But we're going to start with the women here. Elena Height up against Zoe Sadowski-Synnott. Rematching up against each other. We saw that in Revelstoke as well. I mean, another two completely different styles of riding. Hannah, who do you like in this matchup?
I really liked Elena's strategy of going for some kind of like, you know, classic Alaska spiny, puckery lines.
Right.
And Zoe just has some more tricks that maybe we'll see in this next round.
Well, here we see the way the men's bracket worked out today, and here we are at the end in the final. Travis against Mikkel. Travis, a powerhouse. Mikkel, also a Norwegian powerhouse. Pat, I mean, look, you can compare and contrast their careers as well, of like how they came up and the riding style they like. Who do you favor in this matchup? Make it quick.
That's a hard one. I can't back away from Travis. Travis just has the pedigree, he has the experience, and he's got that mindset where you can't count him out.
Okay. I mean, look, I can't wait, because when you watch powerful riders like this that are very well adapted to this kind of terrain and look really comfortable in it, we are going to get a show. Now, as the riders have been competing all day long in Alaska, we keep moving over into these different venues. Here we have the Upper Coliseum. It's almost twice as long of a fall line of the semi-final venue that we just got through. So it's a lot of terrain, it's a lot steeper, and man, oh man, that snow looks incredible. So this is gonna be a great showdown for the finals. It's gonna be really exciting. I mean, it looks a lot more adventurous in there, Hannah.
There's a lot more options in there. You got a lot more time to figure it out.
Yeah. Also, a lot more time to stress on your way down. We saw before the commercial break, Elena and Zoe both studying feverishly on the iPads and the iPhones, because that's really the only way that you can get eyes on this terrain right now. Sure, they've probably flown up and over it in a helicopter, but there's no real tactile intel going on. So we're gonna get this thing started in 2 seconds.
I've been a competitive snowboarder my entire career, and this event is so different than other events. In a magnitude of ways, I want to say, one, just the involvement of the riders is really special. You know, the event's doing the best they can to include us and our opinions on what's going to highlight snowboarding the best. And also just the unpredictability of this event, I think, sets it apart from any other event. Going into it, I think all the riders are on their toes, and that keeps all of the viewers on their toes. So it's really special in that way of you really don't know what you're going to get until you're on the slope.
And Elena is right in that regard. I mean, you think about any of the other aspects of competitive snowboarding. Imagine a slopestyle course that you got to look at for 30 seconds and then you had to figure out the speed on run number 1. It's not, for the faint of heart. Here we go, getting ready. Elena dropping in for her first run of 2, and this is for the championship here at the Natural Selection.
Well, this is our first look at this new part of the Coliseum. Again, it's higher up on the hill. What we saw in the men's semis was much better conditions, softer snow, a lot more powder. We're seeing it here with the women already.
Yeah, that lower section they were just competing in might have had better snow because it was a little lower in elevation. It looks like it's a little more wind affected up high here, so they might have to hunt and peck for that really good snow again, kind of like we saw on that first venue.
But I mean, there's a lot of real estate to go and explore over here. Here we see Elena getting herself back into the sunlight, trying to stay out of, that flat light shadows in there. But she's really doing a great job of finding her way through here. It's a lot steeper, it's a lot longer. And this is later in the day too. So these riders have been competing all day long, and she kind of just falls off a little cornice right there.
Got herself on top of a nice little rib here. Gonna maybe see a little bit of some drops.
Well, here we have a feature of consequence.
Nice. And Pat, you said it earlier, like slough management isn't such a big factor today, just probably because of the way the snow has been set up. But there's that really hard snow that's in the middle of these valleys. So you hit that going fast and it can throw you on your face. But Elena, looking like she did a great job to read that terrain. Now she has the intel on it. So run number 2 will be able to push the boundaries a little bit more and try to find some of that bigger airtime. These first runs are really just recon runs, really.
Yeah, and every new venue we've seen, it's like you got to start from scratch. So the second runs will probably be a lot more adventurous.
Well, you don't want it to be a contest of attrition, like who falls the least. And that was a very solid first run here in the finals for Elena, so she's going to be able to build upon that. Yet she's not really exposing herself too much. I mean, Zoe's got to lay down a good run here to come into the second run with confidence.
We see the start up here as Zoe gets ready for her first run. We're going to hear a little bit from Zoe before she drops in here and build a little drama into the finals.
Yeah, for me, competing in this event and also competing in slopestyle and big air, and I've done a lot of events surrounding that. I think for me, this event really focuses on the riders and what they want, and also really taking into account the conditions and trying to put on the best show possible. And any competition, it's about the best rider on the best day in those conditions. And I think Natural Selection captures that perfectly.
Made here, I mean, there's a lot of other competitions that are run by, there is a federation that is determining when you need to drop and on this day and yada, yada, yada. But really, Natural Selection is all about the group of riders and the event organizers coming together as a group and coming up with the perfect day to run. There's a holding period, much like there is in the surfing, and they want to have the riders be able to show their best skills in the best conditions. So here we go, Zoe, her run number 1. Will she follow? There's so much terrain here to be ridden. Will she just mimic Elena's line here? She's been really good in her runs previous today of finding her own way through the terrain. Ooh, a little crusty in there.
Yeah, she's kind of working her way down the ridge a little bit more.
Big frontside 360.
Well, similar to what we saw when it came to Kimi and Haley, it'll be interesting to see if doing a 360 in the middle of the face is going to be the edge that takes her to the top.
And the
For these
conditions.
features.
Look at that right there, just off that little nose in the middle. The conditions are so, I mean, it's so beautiful, but when you get that drone eye view with the GoPro behind these riders, you can kind of understand the scale of what they're dealing with and how things are so blind. And Hannah, it's the speed. It's all about managing that speed because before you know it, you're just barreling down these faces.
Yeah, and coming up to some of these features, you feel like you're going to fly off the end of the earth. So it's hard to just send it with confidence, knowing that you're not going to fly, 500 feet to the valley bottom. So it's a delicate line between having enough speed, but not too much.
But that definitely says something for the riders that throw caution to the wind and do send it over these blind edge of the earth features. I mean, it definitely is crazy to think like I could leave this lip and essentially land at the bottom of the valley if I don't time this right. So there we go, the first head-to-head matchup here in the women's final. Let's take a look at what went down. Elena dropped first.
So you can kind of see both of the girls feeling it out, kind of searching for, I think, a few features that they could potentially throw a spin off, trick off, and just getting a feel for the snow in this new zone.
And then Zoe, she found her way into some noisy snow at first, but then found her way back into the middle of this chute. That nice frontside 360, perfectly landed.
You could kind of tell she wanted to do something else on that, I think.
But she got the job done. She got a trick in there, an actual spin.
Mm-hmm.
And usually, the judges do like to see you go around in circles in the air.
Some zippers. Did you have all good snow? Yeah.
So waiting to see the scores for run number 1. I'm going to say the advantage will go... I'm going to give it to Zoe on this one. Pat, who do you got here?
Again, it's a classic natural selection conundrum. Is it about riding the terrain, reading the terrain, or doing the tricks?
1 point difference
Wow.
between Elena and Zoe, with Zoe in the lead.
I find it interesting that Elena changed up her board from the earlier rounds.
I didn't even notice that.
You're so observant, Pat.
Yeah, you're very observant.
I barely know what I'm doing.
So here we go, straight back up to the top now for this crazy matchup of two powerhouses of snowboarding. Mikkel Bang up against Travis Rice. Mikkel will drop first. We've already seen him lace a couple runs here today. Let's hear from him why Alaska is such a special place to be and compete.
Oh man, Alaska is, at least for me, it's always been a dream coming here. I don't know, I think the first time I went to Alaska, I was like, when I was going home, I tried to explain to people like what it was like up here. And when you're on the ocean and all you can see is ocean, when you come here and you're on top of the mountain, all you can see is mountains. So it's a very magical place, and obviously the snowboarding is incredible.
All right, so here we go. Mikkel Bang will kick off the men's final. Once again, if you're just joining us, each rider gets 2 runs through this terrain. The best interpretation of the terrain will go home as the natural selection champ here from Alaska. Mikkel has put on an absolute show here today. He, in that last matchup, perfect frontside 540 into the switch 180. As he finds his way into this terrain here, I want him to get some opportunities to land backwards, going very fast down this terrain. Because I think, for me, that's where Mikkel really shines.
Both Travis and Mikkel are so good at their switch tricks, riding powder switch. They sometimes you can't even tell the difference.
Mikkel just looking for some opportunity here. This ridge line is going to feed him into some of these bigger terrain features down here at the bottom. But this terrain is so huge. Here we go.
Well, again, this is the first run that these riders have had on this part of the face.
Whoa, that was a massive air. great control of the speed. He's almost out of this terrain now. He's got one more chance. Backside 360 and grenades into that landing.
Well, I almost get the impression that Mikkel was looking for something up top and didn't quite find his line.
Yeah, I mean, it really is, you know, you're hunting and pecking for anything to fly off of, but you also, like, this is, the way that I look at this terrain too for these riders is it's kind of like when you race a car, you're looking like at least 1 to 2 turns ahead to anticipate what's coming. And sometimes in this kind of terrain read, it can hurt you. And it's all about the mental game. And before we get to Travis's run, you know, let's hear from, well, actually, what we're going to see here.
The last one,
Mikkel's going to be.
Try back 5. Almost, dude, that was a nice tumble. I did 5 flips. Yeah.
But just to continue that thought, it's, you know, you're trying to read the terrain like that, a couple steps ahead, is hard because it kind of lets you miss things. All right, now we're going to hear from Travis Rice, who's got a little bit about his mental prep coming into this event.
Alaska is a pretty iconic place, and there's a lot of things that make it that way. I think one of the things for sure is that people come up here to ride, and it's just, you come up here with a different mental state of what you want to ride. The nature of how the snow falls here, the fact that tree line's up to, I don't know, 1,500 feet, and it's just this huge blank canvas of, you know, white and rock. And the variables of aspect, snow, and the mountains just create these super odd terrain features that are both, you know, pristine and beautiful and chunky and broken. And it's such a creative place because there's a little bit of everything. And so coming up here, you know, riding, it's like trying to interact with the natural terrain.
We call that aggressive art, and Travis is very good at that. And something that needs to be talked about here is Travis earlier on in this event did basically a grape lady, knocked the wind out of himself. He was coughing blood all day up until this point. He is not 100% by any mean, but Travis is an absolute monster when it comes to pulling it together when he needs to. A lot of speed from Rice straight away.
And even with Travis taking a fall like he did earlier, it doesn't show in his riding. It's almost like he just charges even harder. It doesn't affect him in the way that some might be affected. It's almost like he needs to prove that run wrong by riding harder.
Yeah, and I mean, it comes to the mental fortitude of someone like Travis. I mean, ooh, and another tumble, but straight back up on his feet. But Travis is such a strong person physically and mentally. A normal person would just crumble and just call it a day. I mean, I'm not going to say that coughing up blood is something to be ignored, because obviously it isn't, but Travis has found a way to push that aside for just a little bit here. You know, and we've said it before, there is the best evaluating medical field up here that we possibly could get into the backcountry of Alaska. So obviously they went through and evaluated Travis. Here we look back at the recap for these two runs. Matchup here, Mikkel Bang looking nice and smooth up top. Unfortunately for him, big slam down the bottom on this backside 360.
Just getting caught a little weird off the takeoff there again.
Yeah, look, he got bucked there, and then he said he did 5 flips. That's enough to rattle you.
I trust him.
I hope he has pockets zipped. And then Travis, I liked his interpretation up top here, that 180, switchback 180, nice smooth combo. He had a rapid fall as well, kind of went over the handlebars, but was straight up back on his feet before you could even tell what happened. Call that the flat ground McTwist.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Hell yeah. Feel a little snow in your head? Oh yeah. I did a good tumble. I had like
5 flips, I think, on my.
Oh yeah?
On my last jump.
Respect.
Yeah. I was like, I thought I was able to stop it, and then I got that like extra like tumble at the end. You know, the one like you.
Yeah. So tricky.
What happened to you?
All right, scores are in. Travis Rice with an 80. He has the advantage going into the second run.
Yeah, go and switch into those sunny fucking walls.
Yeah,
Switch
dude.
into those sunny walls. Just been blowing it.
All right.
All right, practicing his swing into run number 2, straight back up to the top. Now we're gonna hit with the women. Once again, Elena Height up against Zoe Sadowski-Sinnott. Elena will drop first. Zoe has the advantage now into run number 2. But Elena now knows this terrain a little bit better. She can potentially push herself a little bit more and take some risks.
Well, and she doesn't have to do much, assuming Zoe doesn't better her first run. It's like a 1-point deficit at this point.
And you kind of could hear Travis chiming in about this, but at this point of the day, those faces that have had sun on them for a little while might be starting to get a little crispy, a little sun-baked. So you got to take that into account when you're going down.
And what does that snow do to you? You know, when you land in it or when you're riding through it, what will it do to a rider?
It can just be really grabby. You can kind of punch through that top layer that's been baked by the sun, and it'll grab you and throw you like a tomahawk, as we've seen. Same with like those kind of deep, unexpected pockets. It's, from what I'm hearing out there, it sounds like the snow's just really variable, and the riders are trying their best to deal with that.
I can't think of a worse place to have an aggressive tomahawking is on this face as we get the GoPro drone view of just how severe this terrain is.
Well, there we saw it. Elena's playing to the Alaska advantage, going for the spines, going for the more traditional big Alaska terrain.
She's coming up into something right here, getting herself set up. Putting herself through these ribs.
And again, she's keeping her momentum even as she's figuring out what she's going to do with each piece of the slope.
Nice lower zone here. Good opportunity.
Still plenty of time here in this face. Maybe one more big move. There's a diving board coming up in front of her. Pops a front side 360, stomps it.
Nice little front 3 from Elena.
Well, even looking at the top of the run where on her first run, she, it slid out underneath her as she was going down the spine. So that kind of created a little bit of an imperfection there. And then from there, once she navigated the top spine on her second run, she was able to bring some personality and tricks to the slope, including that front 5.
Sounds like she's happy with that.
Or front 3, sorry.
It's always interesting to see, what the rider's reaction is at the end of their run. And usually when they're bubbly and happy, they're very happy with themselves and their performance. It's usually when they're quiet. All right, so Zoe Sadowski-Sinnott, one of the most decorated female snowboarders of all time. And she has the support of many of the brands that are part of the alliance here that make the natural selection so special. The brand alliance is crucial to making the natural selection happen year after year. So big thanks to them. And a big thanks to Zoe for putting on a show in multiple disciplines of snowboarding. And when you say that she's the best, she simply is. She's so talented. Front 3 a little bigger this time.
Right out of the gate, too. I mean, if you fall at the top, you're playing catch up for the rest of the run. And she definitely started out strong with that front 3.
Zoe into some really nice snow right here. What is she going to do off of this? It's a little grab, trying to set herself up here. The judges, they want to see, like you were saying, Pat, your flow continue down this course. You don't want to stop too much. You want to do that rapid terrain reads on the way down.
Well, I definitely think Elena bettered her second run. She improved upon her first run, but she definitely left the door open for Zoe.
Although I will say this, like I would hate to see a high score come up based on one trick, because this terrain is so big and so vast that, like, yeah, that was a sick frontside 360, but was that the best read of this terrain by Zoe?
I don't think that was a great angle on that last feature right there. I think she did a double drop right there. Little pillow stack. And if it does come down to the 360s, Zoe's definitely
Zoe's got her on that department. It's bigger, she grabbed it. We're gonna have to wait and see. So let's take a look at the recap of those two runs. Anna, what were your thoughts? I mean, we're sitting here talking about, splitting hairs over 360s, but, overall interpretation of this terrain by Elena versus Zoe.
It's hard to say. I think Zoe made it flow a little bit better on that second one. I think I could see her getting a little more comfortable. She was opening up those turns, kind of letting it go, and her front three was big and stylish and awesome at the top of the run. Elena's was kind of thrown in here at the end. So I don't know. I want to give Zoe a smaller advantage for the three, but more so because she was just riding the mountain better.
There's two different types of 360s, right? And we saw this one, she kind of popped it up and over, it was huge. Elena's was kind of more like a pivot 360 off of that chunk. I mean, they both landed it, but Zoe definitely carried a lot more momentum, and it was more like a true 360 in the air instead of like 180 pivot to 180 off.
Yeah,
and that, you said, Pat, that double right there, that was a lot more impressive once we saw a different angle of it. So yeah, I'm gonna give the advantage to Zoe. Great showing from her all day long. How is this gonna go? I think, we have our opinions here of how this is gonna shake out.
Mm-hmm. And I just know that both of those girls had so much fun riding up there. It's hard not to. So that's the big win, I think.
Well, no matter what, I think Elena's best run of the day came in semifinals, but it was a full reset with a different venue for the finals.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to get scores here in a second. Who is going to be the winner here? This is for the title here at the Natural Selection Tour Alaska, presented by Backcountry. Zoe, huge frontside 360. Will it be enough to solidify the win? And it is. That 88 from run number one. Zoe Sadowski-Sinnott will go home as the winner. 2 stops in a row. And we're going to throw it down to T-Bird, who is with our champ.
Zoe Sadowski-Sinnott, you are the natural selection champion up here in Alaska. Take us through, how was the snow different on this course rather than the morning course? Was there any difference in snow conditions?
Yeah, I feel like the finals course the snow was a lot better and less variable. You kind of just had to worry about the runnels and the guts for the hard stuff.
And what was your thought in your line choice and selection? What were you thinking going into finals?
For me, going into finals, I really wanted to do something I was stoked on and get some good snow and find some airtime. And yeah, it's pretty psycho up there. So I'm just stoked to make it down in one piece.
Well, you won in Revelstoke, you won in Alaska, and you just secured the overall Natural Selection Tour title. How does that make you feel?
I mean, it's pretty crazy. I don't know.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy this one tonight. We're proud of you.
Thank you.
Huge congratulations to Zoe. I mean, just another discipline that she absolutely crushes. Absolutely owning it up here. Taking those park skills and big air skills into the backcountry is not an easy transition for anybody.
And that just completed the set for her.
Yeah, that's it. That's nice. And she's cracking open a nice Pacifico here. What an incredible place to have a celebratory beer. If you turn around and you look at the backdrop of what Alaska has to offer, I mean,
Does it
good
get better than
Lord,
that?
just get lost in the majesty. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it does not get better than that.
All right, Mikkel Bang up against Rice. This is it. Who is going to take home the title here? Travis, the defending champ. Mikkel Bang drops first. I hope he gets an opportunity to kind of clean up from run number 1. We saw him kind of go down fairly hard on that awkward backside 360, but now he knows what that takeoff is going to offer. I want to see him just chuck himself into oblivion here.
Well, I'm curious if he's going to take a different line.
Doesn't really look like it. It kind of looks like he's following that same ridge line he took in run number 1. And this is where it starts to offer the features for him, is right here. There you go, Mikkel carrying a lot of speed.
Here's where he did that big frontside grab on the first run.
Ooh, very nice. Huge. Oh, a little bit of a backseater, but back up on his feet really quickly. Can he shut it down in time to get in here at that backside 360 attempt once again? Big backside 180. God, he's so good at landing backwards in powder. That's insane. Huge backside 180. I don't know how clean the landing was on that frontside 360.
I mean, it's a tough one. You gotta, I don't want to get ahead of it because we haven't seen Travis's run. We certainly don't know the scores. But something tells me I just don't think that's going to be enough. You've really got to just put it down if you're gonna beat Travis.
Yeah, I really wish there was one more hit in there
Yeah.
that he had a solid trick on.
Landed the back one. Yeah. But I did slip out on the landing on the front 3 a little bit. It's kind of like a leaner, you know?
Yeah. So it's on.
Cooney, stop.
What? Worked pretty well for Dustin, apparently.
That's how I got third, buddy. Woo! Either way, I'm stoked, man. That was so much fun. Thank you guys so much. Woo!
What a crazy day. I mean, talk about adrenaline flowing. Now straight back up to the top. Travis Rice.
Time for a beer.
Oh, well, first we have a beer. Deservedly so for Mikkel Bang.
God, it's got to be a great way to unwind, is having a Pacifico.
I mean, for a guy his size, he needs like 18 Pacificos to even catch a slight buzz. All right, straight back up to the top. Rice, coughing blood. Grape Lady on run number 2. Absolutely mangled himself earlier, but here he is in the final. And one of the most capable riders in the world in this kind of terrain, if not the most capable.
I mean, this is a story in and of itself. Here we have Travis Rice, last rider to drop of the day, defending his title.
And Travis doesn't necessarily know what happened on Mikkel's run, right? So he's going down.
Dude, he's
still giving
hauling.
it all he's got.
Oh my God, that was massive.
Oh, another little tomahawk there.
Rice getting that pop over that spine. Still got some terrain here to get the job done. Big
Speed,
front
trying to
side
get
wall for him.
Yeah, trying to get on top of that next little spine.
Rice looking at this diving board. Little tail grab. Where's he at? He's looking for something to get the end of this run in the books, and that's it. So Travis, kind of a 720 bail up there. This is gonna be really interesting. I mean, you know, it's going to be splitting hairs as far as the judging goes. So let's take a look back at the recap. Let's pay attention to this really closely, Pat, because it's going to come down to like the minute details, because each one of these riders had a couple bobbles on their runs.
Well, and I also think it's similar to the women's finals where, you know, like Elena's best runs were in the earlier rounds. I think the same with Mikkel. I think we all saw it. Mikkel's best run of the day was earlier in the day.
There's that frontside 360 where he laid back on his hand. There's the backside 180. Little indie poke down, shows your control in the air over the trick. Rides out of that at high speed backwards. That was probably one of the coolest moves we saw here today. I'd say Mikkel has done the best moves, the best landed moves in this competition as far as tricks go.
Through each round.
Yeah.
It's starting the day out with the butter, switchback one out.
There's Trav, that big 720 attempt, I believe it was. Let's take a look at it here a little bit closer. Snaps off of it. Oh, actually it was just a 540, but he just kind of like gets himself a little bit too far over the nose on the landing and goes down. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, Travis had a decent run on run number 1. It was better than Mikkel's first run. But
Yeah.
will it better Mikkel's second run? That's the question I have.
Yeah.
Well, the judges do like Mikkel switch riding. Like you said, that back one with the poke to it was one of the highlight reel shots of the day.
Oh, this is going to be interesting to see how this is judged. Mikkel bang. Travis with the advantage going into run number 2. Travis is currently sitting on an 80, so Mikkel needs to better that in order to take home the victory, because Travis isn't going to do it on run number 2 with that fall. So this really all comes down to, will Mikkel's second run with that little bit of a jet ski hand drag out of that frontside 360 be enough to take down Rice? And it is not. So Travis Rice, second stop, won this year in natural selection. Unbelievable. Rice showing dominance in this kind of terrain. No surprise to many. Let's throw it down to T-Bird, who's with our winner here in Alaska.
Travis Rice, the 2023 Natural Selection Alaska winner. Trav, how do you feel about your performance in the finals? I know you didn't land the run that you wanted to land, but you rode incredible, dude.
Appreciate it, man. It was an incredible day. Like this venue, type of terrain, like the crew that was out here, stellar. Yeah, I mean, I had a rough day. It was a frustrating day for me, frankly, but it's how she goes sometimes.
How are you feeling? You got a little shook up in round 1. You had a little bit of a fall, but you put down incredible runs. How are you feeling now? Are you exhausted? Are you feeling good?
I mean, I feel good. I'm definitely a little banged up. I took a rock to the back pretty hard, and that's why I wear back protection. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty sporty conditions, right? We went from like all time to this kind of wind press, which it healed up really nicely. And I mean, frankly, like the snow's, you can't complain. Like it's good. It's super good. Yeah, I'm just a little spun from a huge day, and yeah, I mean, Mikkel and I gave it our best. Obviously, he didn't put one down in the finals. Neither did I, but I mean, it was a great day. I'm just a little self-critical.
Well, dude, no one has ever done it like you. You won in Revelstoke, you won in Alaska, you won in AK last year, and you just locked up back-to-back overall tour titles, man. You're one of the GOATs.
I appreciate it. Thanks. It's an honor to be in the company of such fine people, such fine humans, and incredible riders. And being able to come out and ride this stuff and do events like this. Yeah, I mean, it's just grateful. It's a beautiful day.
10% rule tonight?
Yeah, it's normally mandatory.
All right, man, rest up and enjoy it. Congrats, Trav.
Thank you. Appreciate
it.
Wow, Travis Rice,
Trav.
once again coming out on top of the podium here at Natural Selection. Not really a big shocker, but the big shocker to me, I mean, we got intel. This is a watch party. This event happened earlier this month. And the intel that we got from Travis, that was one of the gnarliest slams he'd ever had in his life. Took a rock to his back. Luckily, Natural Selection Tour has the best medical staff they can possibly get with the guides and who's up there to evaluate these riders in the event of the unfortunate. And I mean, they were there for him. But the fact that Travis literally took a rock to the back early on and came through and mean, I've broken ribs before. You can't even bend over to take your shoes off. Never mind just like power through. Adrenaline must have gotten it done for him. Travis has this unique ability to tap into that adrenaline storage that human beings have and produce unbelievable things. But let's talk about the women first and foremost. I mean, what a great showing from them today. Elena having some incredible runs early on. Zoe just absolutely handling it with that big frontside 360. What's your takeaway from the women's performance here today?
I mean, the girls rode great. Stepping to any of those faces and riding it and making it look good is a feat in its own. But to do those airs and throw some tricks and just make it down and make it look good is amazing. Yeah. And I mean, it is not easy to go up to Alaska and ride a face like that, but to have to switch it up to different venues every time, it's like that's a whole nother mental game of just wrapping your head around navigating your lines and figuring out where to go. That's a whole nother element.
And I'll have to say, my favorite moment of the day was Haley Langland's run number 1. I feel like her reading of terrain and being able to have surprise airtime and deal with it was really cool. Pat, what's your takeaway from today's activities up here on the hill?
Well, for the women, I mean, I got to mention Kimi Fasani's return to Alaska as if she never left. That was amazing. Look forward to seeing her up here again next year, hopefully. I agree with you on Haley's first run, just sending it and still holding on, hell ride style. I think both for Mikkel and Elena, the second place finishers, I think both of them, their best runs and arguably the best runs of the day happened in the earlier rounds, but it's a long day. And you have to put it down when it counts, which is the finals. I think Craven rode strong. Obviously, Jared rode strong. A lot of amazing riding. I mean, who knows what would have happened as the venues changed for riders like Ben Ferguson. But all the riders did incredible. And obviously, Zoe and Travis earned it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if you want more, because we're going to stick around here, we're going to talk about this on the post show. We're going to invite Ed back in here, Eddie Wall, Hannah, and also Mary Walsh. Actually, Eddie Wall, no, he's not coming back. It's just me, Ed, Hannah. We're going to talk about this thing with Mary and break it down for you. So stick around. The post show is coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Terrain in Alaska is awe-inspiring. It's huge. It's way bigger than you think.
I truly feel fortunate to be able to ride in these mountains.
Riding bizarre terrain with great snow. It's the diversity that's what's so great about snowboarding, is something that there's endless amounts of up here.
The vastness of it. You could spend your entire life here and not ride at all.
I don't think you can underestimate the severity of risk and danger that's involved with going into the mountains in winter. It's something to really be respected.
Being familiar with your equipment and your protocols, it's no joke up here, so we're constantly on. Cliffs and avalanches, huge cornices, bergschrunds, crevasses, seracs. The risks are bigger. Absolutely mandatory that we carry avalanche rescue gear, beacon, shovel, probe, but also airbags, and then it's glaciated terrain, so everyone's wearing a harness and ready in the case that somebody were to fall into a crevasse. An airbag has a handle that can be deployed if you are swept or being caught in an avalanche. It increases your volume.
It's really important when you go into the backcountry that everybody you're working with works together as a team.
This is something that doesn't happen overnight. You really have to invest in it and continue to practice.
Complacency is something that happens to even the best of us. And so keeping everyone honest, it's kind of the way that you need to operate in the mountains.
Backcountry snowboarding is something that I couldn't really live without. It's a serious thing, it needs to be taken seriously, but the payoff is there's really nothing more fulfilling than being able to move through the mountains, do big things in the mountains, and again, that takes really strong teamwork.
Back to Natural Reflections, presented by Kodiak Cakes. Do you like what they did there? Reflections?
That was solid, dude.
What an amazing day of action. Joining me in the studio for the post show, we've got Todd Richards, Hannah Beeman and Mary Walsh. We're going to be running over the best runs, the winning runs, the Sendy moments of the day, generally picking apart all of the ridiculous action we've been witness to over the last 3 hours. Hannah, we'll start with you. What about the women's line choices? For me, that was the standout of that final.
I mean, I loved Haley's first run, just on the gas out of the gate. It was, I love seeing that. I love any charging in Alaska is so fun to watch. And then Elena's second round run was, to me, that's kind of like all encompassing of the goods of Alaska.
There was a moment there, Todd, I think you talked about it, where the drone kind of revealed what was beneath her and the size. It was the biggest slope in terms of elevation. And there was so much exposure, such a ridiculous gradient.
Well, you think about, like, you know, I was talking about how one of my favorite moments of the day was Haley's, like, surprise airtime, you know, and it's like, and Alaska is, like, you can get a lot of surprise airtime in Alaska, you know, and the way that a rider can deal with that. And I think that's what, you know, that's why these riders are like the best of the best. That's why they get invited to these things and keep getting invited back, is because their ability to think on their feet very, very quickly. And when you're facing exposure like that and you're like, okay, well, I'm not really going to slow down. I just got to like pick this apart on the go. It's something that some people don't have. You know, and to stop, most people don't have. You can learn it, but you can learn it. But learning that skill hurts, straight up.
Or it costs.
Right.
Like Gigi Ruff, I remember talking to him, it took him 7 years, he said, to really be able to guarantee that he was banking parts in Alaska. And on that subject, you come across to Zoe Sadowski-Synnott. It's her third time up there. She did 21-22. She hasn't won up there. But yet she steps in from this freestyle background and somehow just steps up to that kind of terrain, Mary.
Well, I think it's that Zoe has this cat-like ability to just land on her feet and find the landings on this very variegated terrain. And even though she's kind of born from this slope-style competitive, you know, park lane element, she translates that so deftly to natural, like, big mountains. It's pretty incredible. She's just a natural.
I have to say, Zoe is hitting jumps that are like 100 feet to the knuckle, doing switch backside 1260s.
Yeah.
Like, she's pretty comfortable in the air, you know, so it's not a big shock to me that she, like, it's more the landing in powder.
Yes.
I think it's not the, like, I'm just going to go off this thing, because, like, if you have that kind of mentality, you can go off anything. But it's the ability to land when you need to is what really sets her apart.
Well, and I think Zoe's really, like, good at playing up her strengths. It's like you're not necessarily seeing Zoe going on to some knife ridge and navigating down. It's like she knows she can go hit these couple little features that are somewhat safe, if you want to call anything Alaska safe. But she can go hit those and do some tricks and, like, make some other beautiful turns and get down the mountain her way. She's not trying to go on some death-defying knife edge ridge. And I think that speaks to, you know, her style of riding versus maybe others.
Okay, let's take a closer look at it and we can pull it apart. This is Zoe Sadowski-Synnott's winning run, and it is a thing of beauty. I mean, what's fascinating to me, I think you know this, if you grow up on the East Coast, if you grow up in Scandinavia, if you grow up in New Zealand, where you have a lot of variable snow, it teaches you to use her edges. And her board control, no matter where she is on the hill, is immaculate, I think.
Yeah, she's super strong. And I think too is like, and you can get a strength from going to the gym, or you can just be born with an innate, like your core, your frame is strong.
Like him.
Like him, but Travis has like this weird thing too, where like the little thing that makes the spark that tells you to be scared is broken. and he uses it to his advantage. Mine is oversized. That's what my strength is. My little circuit is like beeping like a red light.
I think Travis is just so good at adapting. Like, depending on where he finds himself, he can make split-second decisions to alter and adapt his run that sometimes play out to an insane advantage. And other times it's like he just hammers it out.
The thing that impressed me most with his performances today was he came out almost in his Revelstoke mindset for that first run. Just, I can land anything I want. I can do anything I put my mind to. He took the heaviest slam of his life. We saw him suffering from the phenomenon known as a winding as he fell. And then in that gap, that downtime, he was able to reset and come back out and lay down that semi-final and then the final runs.
Well, he took like one of those hits. It's like help me, don't touch me.
It's a day ender for anyone else.
No, totally. It's a fly me back. I want to go sit on the couch somewhere. But I think that speaks to how present he is, or at least how present he appears to be, that he can kind of shake everything off and be like, okay, I'm in this moment. What do I need to do right now? Nothing else matters.
Yeah, his mental strength is like unrivaled.
Well, both of them, Travis claims another Skidoo for the win there. So Travis has won Revelstoke Natural Selection, Alaska Natural Selection 2022, and then Alaska Natural Selection 2023. The last 3 NSTs he's entered, and he's now 2-time NST
Rice's
champion.
backyard is just freaking littered with giant oversized novelty chicks and freaking snowmobiles on top of each other, like trucks. Like, I don't know, just go pick one.
It's more for him to bring his friends out there.
If you're in Jackson Hole right now, you might want to look out for a second-hand Skidoo. That'd be a good one. Zoe also picks up a Skidoo, and if you're interested, that board behind Hunter's head over there is the Burton NST Hometown Hero. You can go and pick that up, and if you feel like it, you can take it to Alaska and try and take on one of those lines.
Yep.
Anyone?
Can't wait for the Commentator Cup next year, where they drop us off at 4 o'clock when the shadows have fallen. And okay, guys, pick your way down this on a 154.
You guys lead. We'll root you on from the bottom.
Okay, the winners are decided. The one thing that isn't is the Sendy moment of the day, which, if you're interested, Sendy is the app that you'll find in North America. Turn all of your gear into cash, either selling it or you can rent it out. If you're stuck for gear and you're in a resort that you don't know, you can go on Sendy, rent any of the equipment off the locals so you can find exactly what you're looking for. In the meantime, though, Sendy moment of the day. What impressed you most? Mary, start with you.
I'm going with Mikkel's first run. That butter to the switchback one, that was awesome. That was, I feel like, quintessential, just like his rock tap in Jackson year 1.
I think you might have called it. We're getting shown it here. Oh, no, is this semi-finals run? It is. That was Mikkel's first run in the semi-finals, I think.
Well, he's the highlight reel today. I mean, Mikkel did that frontside 360, the switchback 180, the front 180, switchback 180, and also, you know, that perfect backside 180 off the rock. He landed the most backwards right away in this plateau today.
Okay, here's the women's Sendy moment of the day.
Getting Sendy off the top rope.
That is awesome.
That was fantastic, wasn't it? And
And a back 3.
Mary, you made the point as well today. Elite level podiums for Kimi.
Yes, this is her first, we believe. This is the first one, and I mean, it couldn't have come at a better time to kind of reclaim her home in Alaska.
What a brilliant moment for Kimi Fasani. And here we have the Pacifico Independent Spirit Award. I mean, someone said it in Revelstoke that psychiatrists write books about the flow state in the mindset Travis was in Revelstoke. I think Mikkel could claim the same thing up in Alaska. He's been nothing short of immaculate. The last run, he kind of fell off a little bit, but up until that point, everything he touched turned to gold.
Elena with the Sendy, or not the Sendy, the Independent Spirit Award.
I mean, I love her story. You know, I love the story of this competitive half-pipe snowboarder, the first woman to ever do a double cork in the half-pipe. And then fast forward 8 years, and she's like just as much at home in Alaskan backcountry and putting together combos. Look at that that's like the most fun thing to me that I saw all day long. It's just that drifty method.
And there's no bomb hole. The track met the transition perfectly.
Yeah, that was a great run.
I actually think probably the most underrated thing I saw today. I really, really enjoyed.
And that was
Elena's
a double
second
line
run.
too. It was, she landed that first trick, and then there was no weird speed checking in between. It was just a flow from that straight off. And that's like, when you think about Alaska riding, you think back to like Matt Goodwill, or, you know, we keep talking about like what Johan and Noah Selaznik. their runs were very freestyle oriented, but there wasn't a lot of checking. There wasn't a lot of speed management. It was just a flow. And that's really how you separate people that go and ride Alaska to the people that were born to ride Alaska.
And that's why those sections still stand up. You can go and watch TB5 Johan Olofsson, you can go and watch any Victoria Jalous section, and it still stands up because they had that. And that's what we've witnessed here today as well, I feel. Yeah. Now, if you like what you've seen, you can get in on the action. There is one of the Dakine vests signed by all of the riders going up for competition on the Natural Selection website. But to enter, you need to own an NFT, which if you don't, go on the NST website and there is a drop-down menu there that you can check out the NFTs on. So go and get yourself an NFT, and then on the Discord on the 28th of April on the Natural Selection website, we will be giving away that signed Dakine vest. Wow, what a day. We talked about Revelstoke being the day. Snowboarding took a collective deep breath. I think that was your line, Mary. But today, I mean, that's lived up to the hype once again. It's getting harder and harder to deliver because as each event goes on, people keep stepping up to an almost ridiculous level. And Hannah, I mean, you've been out, knee injury this year. You're going to step back into the fray.
Yeah, we're sitting next to a winner of this event here. We keep glazing over that, but that's, yes, she's won this. Good job.
I'll be back next year. I think I'm better at that than this.
I want to know just quickly, how do you prepare to go on that tour?
Oh, I mean, I try to just snowboard as much as I can and ride something similar to what we're going to be riding. It's so hard to mimic any of that terrain. It's like you just got to go into it feeling like you've prepared the most you possibly can. And I know everybody does that in different ways, but I mean, snowboarding is a good start.
Well, our loss here in the studio will be our gain on the screen there. I look forward to seeing you back on the tour. One of our biggest partners in Natural Selection in terms of sustainability is SeaTrees. They are committed to reducing carbon footprints and carbon dioxide. So let's have a little look at their work.
The largest reservoir of fresh water on Earth and the top of the watershed, the snowpack, where we play, is found in mountain ranges around the world. Melting snow begins the water's journey down through creeks, rivers, and estuaries, all the way to the sea. The ocean, rich with kelp, coral, and mangrove forests, is the Earth's largest carbon sink. And protecting these blue carbon ecosystems is key to slowing the planet's warming climate and snowpack. By regenerating coastal ecosystems, SeaTrees works to naturally capture carbon emissions, address climate change, and protect everything living downstream of a healthy snowpack. The Natural Selection Tour strives to connect people with Mother Nature and, through those experiences, inspire them to protect it. Working with SeaTrees, the tour has calculated and is addressing its climate impact through support for highly effective blue carbon capture projects. Learn more about SeaTrees and how you too can help protect the snowpack and everything living downstream of it, for today and tomorrow.
Supposedly one of the most underrated forms of carbon sequestering, an underwater forest. Oh, Todd Richards, what have you got there?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is the Black Rhino wheel. Our good buddy Brian Henderson from Wheel Pros, huge fan of snowboarding. I've known him for a long time, just through the community, the car community. But yeah, Wheel Pros, Black Rhino wheel. This is
the Atlas.
The Atlas. I mean, it's like I can't feel my legs right now. And yeah, so Black Rhino wheel. This would look great on anyone's truck.
It's the most durable model they've got. If you want to learn more, go to the Natural Selection Instagram page. There is a contest to win a set of these up.
Oh, this is good for like workouts.
That's great for workouts.
That's your prep for
There you go.
next week.
That's
Yeah,
your
just
ACL
hold it.
recovery right there.
Carry this around with me. everywhere I
Okay,
go.
we can take a look now at the overall standings after our second event and, of course, the duels format that we saw to open the tour. These are pretty interesting reading. Some good statistics to take out of this one. So Zoe Sadowski-Synnott in first place. 3 matchups now between Zoe Sadowski-Synnott and Elena Haidt, and Zoe has had the best of Elena at each of them. So we've got ourselves a grudge match building up there, I think, going into 2024. Kimi Fasani, as you said, on the podium there, Mary. What would that mean to her?
I think that this is the culmination of a long road and a new beginning. I feel like Alaska's a really special place for her, and I think she's probably just celebrating having a really amazing time being back in a place she loves.
It's got to feel so good for her to be back in the mountains with, all the other riders, and to have a podium is probably
Can we
just
also
so
just
sweet.
Mom up there on the hill. Never mind all, she's been through a lot of crazy stuff, but she is a mom, and moms don't get the credit that they deserve. And to be able to go to Alaska and compete and end up on the podium as a mom.
Amazing.
Come on.
It's amazing.
That
All
is,
the rad moms,
when you
they're
talk
awesome.
about real world inspirations and connections for people like, oh yeah, I've got some kids. I know how hard it'd be to step out of my everyday
Men can
life.
say that all day long. No, we don't even, not even close. And yes, I'm doing my work for my wife right now.
Okay, let's take a look. Men's standings there. Torstein, obviously, down at the bottom, missed out on Alaska. But Ben Ferguson, when Ben Ferguson's in 7th, you've got a heavy-hitting field. He obviously lost out to Mikkel in the form of his life in that first round. Mikey Cicerelli in 6th, Mikkel Bang 5th. Jared Elston, a really solid performance in his second year on tour. But Travis Rice, once again, delivering the goods. We are coming to the end of our Natural Reflections show, which means it's time to crack the Pacificos, people. Hand them out. I'm going to take one before it goes round. Oh, look, feel that. They've been kept nice and cool in the Yeti cooler.
Nice and cold.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you all for joining us. Don't forget to pick up your merchandise on the Natural Selection Tour website. You've got the Burton Hometown Hero. You've got the backcountry gear. Cheers to you all. Thank you for joining us. Oh, and last shout out, Steve Gruber, Roland Morley Brown, and Tom Kingsnorth, all at Gruber's house in Meyerhofen. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for your predictions. Check out the highlights. We'll see you next time.
It's a great day to have a great day.
Rider on course.
I pretty much tomahawked multiple times.
That one was for Torstein.
Way less tense down here.
Did I come out the bottom fast?
Oh yeah.
Looking right.
Hey then, Hootney Gang!
That was intentional, front flip.
You know what I'm saying about that is more extreme today?
Mikkel got a fucking 9.
Yeah.
Kimi Fasani with an 80.
Oh my god, that was so fun! Ian and I have never got to ride Alaska together, so might as well put us together, right?
93.
Great work, Eve!
Kimmy sent, so it was like no holding back.
I want to thank my ankles for hanging in there.
So we have officially switched venues and we're getting ready for men's semifinals.
I'm gonna fuck you up, dude.
I've been wanting this all year.
I know you have.
You got an 81 try, dude?
Can I crack a fucking beer?
Another kootenai stomp. We realized that. We kind of felt bad.
The finals is set. Travis Rice versus Mikkel Bang. Zoe Sadowski-Sinnott versus Elena Height.
Yeah, Jeff. Well done.
Holy shit, it was super fun.
You a little snorting?
Oh yeah, I did a good tumble.
Respect. Well, that was a day.
Rock and roll, rock and roll.